to 709 Meridian Up All Night, the Jaws Saga, your nocturnal deep dive into cinematic history. Tonight, your hosts, Dee and Andrew, will guide you through the murky waters of this iconic film series. Embark on an auditory adventure with Dee and Andrew as they explore the depths of the iconic Jaws Saga. The journey begins with the groundbreaking Jaws. Experience this cinematic masterpiece like never before through their immersive audio commentary. Feel the suspense build with each iconic note. Next up, Dee and Andrew take you to Jaws 2, where the terror continues and their in-depth exploration deepens. Join them as they dissect every thrilling moment, unearthing hidden depths in the saga's second chapter. The excitement intensifies with Jaws 3. Dee and Andrew's commentary peels back the layers of this heart-pounding installment. Are you ready to dive deeper into the fear? Concluding with Jaws: The Revenge, Dee and Andrew bring you insights and analysis on this epic finale. How does vengeance play out in the unforgiving ocean? They'll explore every angle. Discover the secrets, the stories, and the suspense of the Jaws series. This isn't just a listen, it's an exploration into the heart of a cinematic legend. 709 Meridian Up All Night, diving deep into film history with your trusted guides, Dee and Andrew.
Hello and welcome to 709 Meridian. I'm Andrew.
And this is Dee.
And we are wrapping up season 3 with the original Jaws, 1975, directed by Steven Spielberg, his second movie. And then after the movie, we will reveal season 4's subjects. And let's see what else. If you don't want to listen, or if you don't want to watch along with the commentary, you can listen to the unsynchronized version, which is available in the podcast stream and at the YouTube channel. But yeah, I think whenever you're ready, let's get out on the Orca.
Oh yeah, let's head back to good old summer at Amity Island there.
That's right. Got to keep those beaches open.
Fond memories of shark attacks and bad hats.
That poor Kintner boy. All right.
Damn Kintner boy.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, play.
All right.
Once again, the Universal logo. I'm trying to think. There aren't a lot of franchises that don't go so long, that are so short, they don't go through a logo refresh. Even the old Universal horror movies went through a logo refresh.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so here we go. Starting right off with the music and our credits here. We got the Roy Scheider, Robert Shaw, Richard Dreyfuss. There's always ego in how billing worked in the 70s. So you had Robert Shaw elevated above the other two to convince him to do it. Let's see. Susan Backliney gets an opening title credit, even though she's only in the first scene. That's not a big cast, but that makes sense since there's only 3 people in the second half of the movie. Verna Fields editing. Don't remember if she did Sugarland Express for Spielberg before this, but she got into some office job at Universal and stopped cutting. So this is one of the very few movies that that she actually cut, and it's just a very nicely edited picture here. So, but we haven't seen that yet because this is just one long shot of the summer folk.
Looks like an old beer commercial. Speaking of beer.
Yep. This is Susan Backliney. I don't know who the dude is, I don't think. Nobody ever talks about the dude, even though he's not drunk. I was actually thinking about how Jaws was another one of those movies that for the longest time you only saw it pan and scan on VHS.
And TV. They had a terrible, terrible, awful pan and scan.
It's gotten a lot less like that, or some of the stuff from the mid to late 80s, once they started, I'm not drunk, once they started framing for video. But like when you watch Jaws or Die Hard or Halloween, it's in the Panavision, it's like you're seeing a different movie. Like,
yeah, because they cut out a lot.
There's just so much. Yep. He can swim. He just can't walk. I was also reading something that I think it was a podcast interview with somebody about how the rumor that the reason the shark isn't in the movie is because it wasn't finished yet. But the guy was saying that no, Spielberg wanted to do it this way.
Yep.
I don't know if there even is a good Jaws soundtrack album yet.
Really?
There's the original soundtrack release that's like a 9-tracker, right? And then they had like a Joel McNeely conducted one that Perez Saraban released. Okay, so now she's getting carried around. We're not seeing the shark at all. Like, dude's drunk. This also would have been Williams's first big score. 75. There was nothing before he and Spielberg got together.
Not really.
Johnny Williams composed the theme to Mission Impossible, though, I think.
No, that was
Lalo Schifrin.
Yeah.
I thought Johnny Williams did at least something like that.
He did Lost in Space.
Okay, there you go. Because the Netflix Lost in Space show has some guy who impersonates John Williams' Jurassic Park music. Okay, so
Morning in Amity.
Lots of cigarettes. You got an ashtray right next to the bed.
The legend, Mr. Roy Scheider.
What happens to this dog?
So there are 2 phones in the house.
And that is definitely not the same kitchen as 2. Yeah, but I mean, this Spielberg, what were we talking about that with? Was it the Poltergeist? The Spielberg family stuff. He's always got foreground and background action with the families. Things are always busy.
The picturesque little bird.
Mm-hmm. Giant picket fences. Wait, that's Sean. Wow, he aged a lot between the movies, didn't he? He had that Jack disease. And this shot at Martha's Vineyard, right? That's the. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here's this dude.
Hmm.
They're not. He's an islander. And here, yep, there we go, Jeffrey Kramer. And the first sign that something's very wrong. Yeah, but if you're watching that on video, you're not seeing Jeffrey Kramer, right? Like you're watching that on TV, you don't get to see any of what he's doing.
No.
Ooh. I wonder why he's wearing his windbreaker in the summer.
Well, it's to show how out of place he is.
I don't. I don't remember the book enough to know if you got as much sort of texture to the townsfolk as we get in the movie. But guy looks like an old Les Nessman.
Yeah, right. With the hat and shit.
And the glasses. The municipal building that looks like a house, a giant. This
Okay, some of that. Huh. They did a damn good like recreation on like the back lot of Universal. It's a shame they took that down in Florida.
So we saw some of the supporting cast a second ago, all coming out of their offices. That's definitely from the book. That there's sort of the town brain trust, and in the background you can see Vaughn's Realty, meaning Larry Vaughn, in addition to being the shitty mayor, is a shitty real estate agent.
A lot of this is kind of, oh, there's the man.
Yep. Look at that. Look at that suit jacket with the anchors. That is awesome.
A lot of this like town established stuff, they did it in really similarly in Back to the Future. Like you really do establish the town.
Yeah, I think that Zemeckis as Spielberg light is kind of the That was always sort of Zemeckis's thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The fairy comes back in the second one. God, he's such a scumbag.
Just the way they're like hovering over him.
Mm.
A boating accident.
But look, I mean, just so the fairy is, it's spun around, so the background is in constant motion here. It's
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it, maybe some of it's that Spielberg just doesn't have long shots like this going forward. But yeah, I mean, like this whole conversation is the foreground, background working itself out. And now we get the beach. Oh, damn. Does Kittner go this quick?
Yeah.
This is before the tourists have shown up, everyone. This is when it's just the townsfolk enjoying their beaches. There's what's her face, who has a husband in this one.
Now she's appeared in about 3 of these.
Right. She's the only one who, and Mrs. Brody.
Yeah. Everybody's just having fun.
What's the dog's name? Poppin?
Pippet.
Pippet. Pippet.
So 2 victims are about to be claimed.
Oh, and here we go. Look at this. Just
Yeah.
More because you can't really I would say what about 95 or so was when people started really leaning in on their Jaws, sort of applying the lessons they've learned from Jaws.
Now that's he didn't play a cop in Halloween, did he?
No.
Oh.
But with those teeth. Yeah. Kittner boy.
Yeah. Now get out of my face.
Coca-Cola. There we go. A Fanta, and it looked like a tab.
Oh my God, Tab.
Yep.
Is that
turned away
still around?
I don't think so. Here we go.
Yeah. The dog is gone.
So they're going to talk about it later, but sharks attack in shallows, right? Like that doesn't work in Jaws 3 it was a lagoon, but the attack on the playboats would have worked. Whoa.
No. There we go.
Yep, there we go. I don't know if anybody used that shot in between Spielberg and Hitchcock, but nobody remembers if anybody did.
I think did De Palma try it?
I mean, De Palma, Carey was 76 at this point, right? Like De Palma at this point was still doing his low budget shit with Robert De Niro. There's that documentary De Palma where it's kind of funny because Brian De Palma is the least self-aware guy you've ever met. Like, he's just like, I don't know why anybody would say that thing. And you're just like, well, they just showed a clip and you did that fucking thing, dude. Like, so Murray Hamilton was he was Mr. Robinson in The Graduate, I think. And that was 67. So
no, that's a stretch between then and this.
Yeah. I don't know what else he did in between, but he's fucking great, man. Murray Hamilton. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope they don't close the beaches. Oh shit. Is this when we meet Flint for the first time?
Yeah.
Quint, not Flint. So yeah, we're going to establish Mrs. Kittner put out a reward for the shark, and that's going to sort of occupy the beginning of the second act here as the townsfolk try to make get the reward. Are you going to close the beaches, Chief?
Oh, fuck you, Chief.
Well, only 24 hours, folks. The shark will be gone by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
The old lady that looks at him.
Yep. So good. Well,
y'all know me.
Y'all know what I do for a living.
Good.
Somebody wanted the sequel to be his son or something, right? Like,
well, they kind of needed somebody like him or somebody like Dreyfus.
Yeah. One other thing with Spielberg is he didn't, like, when you think about something like, say, Raiders, he didn't have a lot of people in those scenes, right? Like, they topped out at 4 or 5 people a scene. The dinner scene in Temple of Doom is about the most characters that he.
Yeah, because this scene in Raiders is when he's telling them about the Ark.
Yeah.
And that's only like him and 3 other guys.
Yeah. Marcus and the two government guys. But yeah, it's like
Ladies
this
and
is
gentlemen.
very unlike, and it's a little sidekick, who I don't know if he ever gets a line. I think the sidekick's got more personality in the book, but yeah, this is a very different sort of Spielberg than even a few years later. Like, it really is the first three that he has this sort of attention to character.
Of
And some
course,
of
you don't
that's the
see the
script.
dog in the TV version.
Is that even the same dog as it was in the first scene? I don't think it. Are you
dog.
sure? All right.
Yeah, it's a spaniel.
All right.
This shit is so pushed in on the Channel 9 version, the TBS.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're just talking about the two. I mean, where they would actually have to do the panning and scanning to keep up with the motion. Yeah.
You wouldn't see the lamp. You wouldn't see.
You wouldn't see the outside for sure, right? You wouldn't see, the movement or what the Chiefs freaking out about. Oh, just like in the Revenge.
Mike here has a strong accent.
They really dropped that in the second one. I wish they'd kept it. She's got it too.
Yeah. Womp womp womp.
Okay. So some of the stuff in this would get, like this scene, I feel like what Roland Emmerich does this in Godzilla, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
With the pier and the...
Yeah. He amps it up to whatever.
Godzilla's a coming. And this is the first thing you think when they do that scene in that movie.
Yeah. Okay, so this is just a very memorable sequence, but if you look at the cuts, this is where Vera Fields is really just, it's so subtle, right? Like when he's flipping the pages, she's cutting it sort of mid flip. Oh, look, a shark tower. I wonder if the chief will ever get one of those of his own.
Yeah.
Yep. But the
Yeah.
ooh, that's a bad one. The shark mouth thing that was in there. We'll see that visual later. So it gets dark on one side of the island earlier than on the other side of the island. just say.
Ah.
Yeah, there we go. But I mean, the body count is a lot less than the other movies.
Yeah. This was built into part of the little stunt for the Universal Hollywood tour, where the shark breaks apart the pier. They've changed it over the years. Now I think the pier catches on fire or some shit.
So, like, just these visuals instead of using the fin, right? Instead of the fin being Michael Myers,
Right.
there's just so much mystery to it.
Because the rest of the movies use the fin.
Yeah. And to be fair, when Spielberg starts showing the shark, that's mostly what he shows is still the fin. I mean, until the finale. This guy, Frank Silva Harbormaster, he's got a whole story I remember in the novel. Like,
see, that's the thing with books, though, where you could just detail like every.
yeah. Does he call him young fella?
Young feller.
Yeah, they really should have kept the accents in the second one. But also, the other thing about the second one is there aren't very many adults in the second one. There's the town council, but
it's just totally kids.
Yeah, it's your teen movie. Um, the idiots going hunting, of course, is a familiar motif after this. The one that sticks out is King Kong Lives, where they turn it into a whole subplot.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
How did they not want to bring back Jeffrey Kramer for the second one? He's so perfect.
Oh, wow.
Was he even in the TV version? Like,
yeah.
Half the movie's going to be Roy Scheider. Half their scenes are Roy Scheider talking to empty space.
or that weird pan and scan slide that they do.
Oh, yeah. Did they squeeze this one? I can't remember. I don't think they did.
A lot of the Universal movies got a fucked up, like the ones I remember the most are this and the Blues Brothers. Look terrible.
Well, I mean, Universal kept that shit up even after they got the DVD. Remember how many times did they have to re-release Back to the Future because they fucking cropped
they
it
didn't
wrong?
even crop it right.
Or mat it right. Yeah. Like
it was just the.
But I think
Halloween is another one that gets fucked up. See, now isn't that Melvin Van Peebles? With the hoodie on.
I know. I don't think so.
It looked like him though.
Yeah, it's a bummer he didn't come back for the second one, but I don't know if that would have really helped. Like,
they would have to write something.
It would have to be an entirely different movie if you got because if you brought in like another grown up, you'd have to get rid of the kid shit or tone it down.
Have to trim that to hell because that's who they were really going for.
Yeah.
In part two, they needed the kids.
Okay, no offense to Roy Scheider, but I think it's interesting that he didn't understand this wasn't his movie at this point. Like,
right.
We already learned that it might be Robert Shaw's movie, and now we're learning that it's Richard Dreyfuss's movie. Like,
especially the way he just boom.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
I like how they have more technology. He has more technology than there is in the sequels, right? Like, so Stakeout.
Mm.
When there's a line in Stakeout about this is not a boating accident, they're playing movie quote trivia, and that is real. That Emilio Estevez, they were playing it between takes. Emilio Estevez asked Richard Dreyfuss what that was from, and Richard Dreyfuss didn't remember.
Wow.
So they kept it in the movie. Well, I think that's Carl Gottlieb, the co-writer. I don't know why they couldn't have just brought him in the second one a little bit. Like, and the other thing is that Brody still gets to experience some joy in this one. In the second one,
He's just panic.
yeah.
That's kind of why he needed somebody other than his wife to sort of.
Just look at just the crowd scenes. There are just so many people around to keep track of. It's so good.
Yeah, because you do that now.
Oh no, you can't do this now. You'd have six different people shot 6 different days, 6 different countries in front of 6 different green screens. Yeah, you would never do it.
The background, yeah, you can't even. What?
That guy just lost his accent though.
Over here.
Yeah. He would have made a good Fred Flintstone. You've also got that sort of great early to mid 70s sort of bad style in this one. Like, what the fuck is Murray Hamilton wearing?
See, that shit is Bola. Big shirt. With the test pattern jacket.
His jacket looks like what, that candy, like.
Oh, that hard candy.
Yep.
That shit is a straight up test pattern. That's the shit. That's the shit you see it on TV at night when the channel goes off.
We couldn't see that because of what?
Oh shit! The bad print
or the fuzz.
It just like
remember
a flat blue.
Yeah, that's what the kids today don't know about the fuzz whenever you'd have like lines close together and stuff like that.
Because I don't think I ever like saw the detail in the jacket till I think I saw your laser disc. Remember we watched it?
Yeah. This was one of the,
This is also the one of the best Blu-rays.
Yeah. I think when we got our, I don't know if it was when we got our TV. I think it was our TV. This was what we watched because it's just so good looking. Just such a great looking movie.
They've remastered the shit out of this. Now, is that his father?
I mean,
well, Alex P. Kintner.
Yeah. He
oh, grandpa there.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Degrassi parent. What the fuck? I'm just here for the day. No lines.
Such a long,
Uh, this is very Our Town, just kind of bringing it all back down to earth type.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't duplicate it. That's the thing is you just
No.
can't duplicate this sort of.
You don't know these people, but you know these people.
Exactly. And you can't blame it on. You can't blame it on. You can't with the sequels. You can't blame it on Spielberg not being there because, like, he wasn't doing this pretty soon
No.
after this, right? Like,
The next couple of times you get this out of Spielberg is Close Encounters and E.T.
Yep.
A little bit in Raiders, you know.
At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just strange because it's like a conscious choice that he stopped doing stuff like this.
Mm.
But I mean, like, Brian De Palma, who we were talking about before, he kept his whole shtick the entire time, right? Like De Palma deviated from it maybe thrice.
Knocking, doing the Hitchcock bit.
Yeah. But Spielberg's, and some of it I think is just that Spielberg stopped making movies
about people,
but also he stopped making movies about adults.
Yeah, that's who.
He really leaned into making movies about kids. And this movie, there are kids, but they're
incidental to it.
Yeah, they're the children of the parent. It's, as opposed to E.T., where
they're center stage.
His R gang approach to everything that he sort of kicked off there. And
that was 80s too, though.
Yeah.
80s,
that was very 80s.
You got to cater to the kids,
Should have done a Jaws at a summer camp. So in the book, they don't just not like each other. Richard Dreyfuss bangs Brody's wife, which I think I mentioned on our Jaws 2 episode because I thought they should, or in the Jaws Revenge, because I was like, they should keep that they should bring that into continuity at the last minute. I mean, you got foreground, midground, background. Like, I guess if you don't have three people talking, you can't really have this scene. If you only have two people talking and Marcus making a wry comment at the end of it, doesn't quite work the same.
Who else could have done her part?
So 1975.
Would it have really been who was that in The Exorcist?
Oh no, she couldn't have done it because I mean it's just a wife part, right?
Yeah.
Like, but it's got personality to it. Like, yeah. I don't think Roy Scheider, frankly, would have made a movie with Ellen Burstyn because he wouldn't have been able to share, like. It's a shock that he can share. I mean, like, this is, of course, before. I don't like what was his big. I mean, this was his big hit. What convinced him that he shouldn't? I don't know. Be
Yeah, like, because from this point on, Roy Scheider was the Jaws guy.
Yeah, sorcerer.
What,
But he's
52
sort of
pickup?
Nobody's
Blue
got a
Thunder.
yeah. Blue Thunder being the peak of his 80s solo
Yeah, that was
efforts.
pretty much it.
It was a bummer because after that, like, he just became a and Roy Scheider as
Right.
type thing, or uncredited cameos even. But the sort of mid 70s New York personality went away too by Jaws 2.
Yeah.
But at this point, like, he was mostly a partner in French Connection. They did the 7 Ups. That was another New York cop movie. So it's like, I wonder if IMDb, I guess we'll find out, has the average shot length, because I feel like
Wow.
it's just so gradual.
Whole fish coming out of this one.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing about the sequels is like, it was before sequels aped the, like, they tried not to mimic the predecessors too much, right? Like,
Yeah.
and then
Jaws 2 was very much a back to square one.
mm-hmm.
Like, you dummies don't remember the fucking shark that ate up all the people 2 summers ago.
No.
And they still want to keep the beaches open.
So this is okay. So despite seeing this movie over 10 times, I don't actually remember what's going to come, what disaster gets them out there. Because this sequence was one that they had a lot of trouble with, and the punchline of it was an insert Spielberg did later in his own swimming pool because the scene just wasn't working.
You could tell this isn't even. I don't even think this is a location.
Oh no. I bet they're not even on the water for half this. The old John Carpenter. The best way to shoot a car scene is you put 2 people in a garage in a car and you move it around.
Use a lot of smoke. Get those fog machines working.
Yeah, there's a lot of setup with this technology, and none of it's going to matter.
Nope.
It's just for this sort of character development sequence here that's going to pay off in the second half with Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw. Yeah, it's a very, like, Jaws' genre is men working together, right? It's one of those movies where some dudes, eventually 3 dudes, will be on a boat together. But it's just about these, like, one dude knows something the other dude doesn't know. So they, exposition, et cetera, and it's not really a thing you can do anymore because you don't have, there's always got to be a gimmick.
Well, now you got to have a woman.
We got to have a woman, but you also, like, you got a gimmick. Like Ocean's 11, right, is just all gimmick. Oceans, as they went on, they just got to be more and more gimmick. There's
And they
just
all ended up being virtually the same fucking movie.
Yeah. And there's just no patience to build this stuff up. And it's like, this is when you talk about why you can't really make a sequel to Jaws, it's because
it's been done to such a, I mean, it's done at a level here to where I get what they tried to do with Jaws too, but eventually you're still going to be fighting that shark in the last reel.
Yeah.
And then for Jaws 3, they just said, well, fuck it, it's summer.
Right. Let's make a fucking blockbuster, right? Like,
right. What was a great Universal monster movie for back in the day? Oh yeah, Revenge of the Creature. We'll fucking
and let's not forget that Back to the Future made Universal, like remade Universal in 1985.
Oh yeah.
So nothing they did sort of between Jaws 2 and Back to the Future stuck.
Nothing. I mean, even between that, you had shit like Last Starfighter.
The only thing you had E.T., but that wasn't duplicatable.
Yeah, that was just, it stood on its own. That was a whole nother level. Like E.T. was basically the Michael Jackson of movies at the time.
It makes you wonder, or it makes me wonder, it makes everybody wonder. It's going to make everybody wonder in a second. What if Poltergeist had ended up at Universal somehow? Like,
it probably would have been the same movie. It probably still would have been a hit, but
because they just did not know how to do horror movies, though.
I just don't think it would have been any different.
No, the maybe different film stock, because I mean, like, just the sharpness of these. Oh,
it would have looked more like this.
Okay, here we go. This is the insert shot that Spielberg did in his swimming pool, supposedly. Boom. Yep, boom. Or I think the insert shot was the close-up. So, mind you, Richard Dreyfuss did do an autopsy on that, girl's arm, but
So the boat has lights under the boat?
Oh yeah, because he's rich.
Yeah.
He's basically Batman, if you think about it. He's Batman with
Bruce
sharks.
Wayne.
Yep.
This is him during his travels. The time Bruce had to deal with a shark in Amity.
You know what? I'd watch that movie.
Well, there was the one, I love that one issue where he helps a detective. It's a flashback, and he helps the detective, and he's like, at the end, he has to meet the one guy every year at the grave.
Mm-hmm.
I think it has something to do with the Klan or some shit. That shit was fucking genius. Murray Hamilton rocking a jacket again.
Yeah.
See, we got to open this beach here, damn it.
The thing, I guess, that I don't like, why wouldn't you ape this a little bit more? Just the way the foreground and back, like because
if you did, it would be too on the nose.
Well, no, not for the sequels, but just in general. Like, not obviously.
That's what I mean.
You think?
And they have it like that at Universal Studios. I don't know if it's the actual sign, but it does look like that.
Oh shit, that's what happens.
Mm.
The attack after 4th of July weekend. That's when they have to go out.
The pond.
That's right. Yep. Okay. It also makes friends, so they can come back in number 2 and number 4. There's Carl Gottlieb in the background there.
He's one of the cops, right?
No, he's the newspaper guy.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And I'm out.
Yep. Now we get Burt Hamill gets to do the drive away angry scene. This is the music that's in that fucking Undead movie. I'm sorry. I said it was the Jaws 2 music. It's this music.
Which one?
With the horns, that Undead zombie movie by the Spearig brothers, they use this basically this whole the whatever it's called tourists on. It's got I can't remember what it's called, but the name of the track, they basically use it. They use that in that Undead movie a lot.
Huh.
Such a good montage. Just such a good montage. That's another thing that's missing in the other ones is just the scale of the island. You don't get this sense
No.
of it as the tourist trap. And there's the
There
game.
we go. The video game.
That we've been waiting for since 2. Yep. By Sega.
Which, of course, was eventually, in arcades as Jaws.
Of course. I mean, you just had to buy that old game up and rebrand it, and you could be like, what? It's retro.
I think they did the same thing to Star Wars, too. Where it was something where you shot at X-Wings.
Yeah. That was not a great game.
No. Mm-mm.
This is Peter Benchley doing his cameo. Considering what a hack this guy became, I can't believe they didn't bring him back for at least 2. But I mean, that's the thing is, it's like you don't even have like TV coverage in the second one. It just doesn't. They just don't think about the scale of it.
No, because in the second one, it's supposed to be like a mystery.
That's true. It is the mystery through most of the movie. Yeah.
He doesn't get it till it's almost over.
So Murray Hamilton's got only those 2 jackets.
Right? Murray Hamilton is so Kingfish from Amos and Andy in this movie.
He's kind of like, he gives off, if William Shatner was a character actor and not a leading man, vibes.
Right, that's Smarm.
Yeah, exactly. Spielberg didn't take the gun out of this one. I'm sorry.
Go on and swim, you little scamps.
It'll be fine. going and getting some sewage. But yeah, I mean, I guess in Jaws 3, they do have large scale crowd scenes again. Like,
really quick, though.
Really quick, but they at least acknowledge the scale of.
They're not as orchestrated as these are.
Yeah. He could read her lips from across the. Was that the second one we were talking about in Jaws 2? The whispering, effectiveness of whispering, Poltergeist.
Oh, Poltergeist, yeah.
We inadvertently picked a bunch of movies that, just because of the time period, have a lot of the same themes, sort of filmmaking wise. I don't know if I would trust Jeffrey Kramer with this much responsibility.
No. He's the Barney Fife.
Uh-huh.
He's the guy who puts his gun in the holster wrong and shit.
Uh-huh. So this has always confused me. The shots of the people.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. So good.
Yeah, you know, it means friendship.
So good.
Such a sleaze. Just
that's another thing I think that people don't. Just the sort of level of character actor in the 70s. Like,
well, you know, they got, you get guys like Murray Hamilton to play this part in this, but now it's like, who do you get? You get fucking Bill Murray.
Right. You get somebody who's a leading man who's down on his luck, right? Like, you get somebody who, I mean, it's like the Ocean's 11 thing again. You get a bunch of leading men who can't actually open a movie by themselves anymore.
Yeah.
And so you lose the sort of character actor personality.
Yep. Okay, now that screaming, they've used that in other movies.
The chaos of the this sequence. People getting stomped and drug out. The Mormons on the beach helping. That's a cut subplot. Like,
people running by laughing.
Uh-huh.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit was funny.
It made me do it.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, I don't remember if
Elizabeth Olsen sees a shark.
you care because your son's in the pod, Chief. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in a hurry.
But
the girl who spots it was in there, was painting, which I thought was a nice touch.
Yeah. You would have seen the ripples in the water and shit. Yeah. You okay over there? Yeah, it's okay over there.
So good.
Whoa.
Just that delayed fall in, just like, yep, there you go. There's your first look.
Ow.
And
Yeah, then it really. This is the part where it's like people are like, "What the?
yeah.
Oh my god!" The leg.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, when we talked about this in the other episodes, just that the quick cut of the shark attack, that's not in this, right? Like,
No.
the shark attacks are not these frenzied,
Yeah, that.
Instead, it's, very graceful editing and actual like gore, right? Like, as opposed to.
There's a struggle. There's.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the shark's body count's up to 3 now?
Yeah.
We haven't been talking about just the music enough, but so good.
This is it. Yeah.
Yep.
I had enough of you.
The shot's going out to sea because the movie's about to go out to sea. Little bit of. I like how all the dudes' hair in this looks like Star Wars, but when they did episode 3 and they tried to make it 70s style,
it didn't look right.
Right. It didn't look right. Yeah. People weren't putting pomade in their hair anymore.
Whatever the shit was, it made it all slick, and then at the bottom was it's all feathered and shit.
Okay, so this is when we get our humanizing moment for the mayor.
Yeah, this is when we learn he's not completely.
That's why they should have left him voting in favor of the chief in the second one. Yeah. Like, so we got Murray Hamilton in the foreground, but he's slightly out of focus because we're paying attention to the background. It's just like, and Spielberg like lets the shot sit long enough that you can just see what he's doing. It's very, it's a lot more Hitchcocky than he would later be.
This is you move the tombstones moment. You moved the tombstones, but you didn't move the graves.
We got the audio cut over the action.
Yes.
First time in the movie. And now it's time for Robert Shaw to take over the movie.
Right. Just walk away with the shit. Apricot brandy.
Yep.
Women.
I haven't seen a lot of like 60s Robert Shaw, but this is definitely his best performance that I've seen.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But it's also the only one where he sort of also got to play a real person because he did Blockbuster. Like this is a blockbuster, but it's a blockbuster about regular people. His
Yeah.
other blockbusters were a lot more fantastic, like Taking a Pelham 1-2-3. He's a, fucking bank robber terrorist or whatever. So it's like,
I gotta watch The Sting again.
that's right. It's good. I watched the last time I watched it. It's so good.
Well, technically,
No spoilers, but I was already thinking
no
about
spoilers,
Stakeout.
but yeah.
That is a good point. That is a good one. Perhaps that. Okay. No spoilers, folks. Let's get back to the movie. Don't watch the cheese being made here. Now we get into the sailor's knots, which is one of those sort of mystery things that I think it's too late for me ever to understand, knowing multiple types of knots. Dreyfus was not in the beach scene either, so he's now back in the movie. So that's a little bit. He took a break. He was trying to bang Brody's wife off screen.
Well, there are extended and cut scenes. I'm shocked they haven't done an extended edition of this all these years.
They probably would have to wait for Spielberg to die.
Oh yeah,
he's never
when him and
done.
Lucas die, you know the fucking hack jobs they're gonna do to these movies.
They're
gonna CG the shark. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Has Spielberg ever done a director's cut? I don't think so. The closest is, Close Encounters, he did, but I think that's it. And then he fucked with E.T.
Right, he messed with E.T.
And then he regretted it almost immediately. As soon as other people saw it, he regretted it.
Well, yeah, when people complain about the CG, that's what chased him away from it. He totally forgot that government stooges actually do carry guns. Sharks in the water.
Our shark.
Our shark.
I wonder if Clerks actually introduced Jaws to anybody, or if it was just a cool detail in that one.
Well, Kevin Smith is always dropping nuggets in his movies.
But I feel like that was one of the big ones. The salsa shark.
Yeah. Because he always referenced it. Outside of comics.
Yeah.
He was always kind of referencing Star Wars and Jaws.
I always have wanted to see these black socks that she made sure to pack for him. This is a very Hitchcock shot.
Oh, yeah.
So it's it is kind of like that. It's like Spielberg took a bunch of Hitchcock techniques in a thriller, but didn't use those techniques when making the thriller part of the thriller. It's a very interesting sort of way of doing it.
I could see either ladies that played the mothers in Close Encounters playing her part.
Yeah.
Terry Garr or Melinda Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah. This is basically shit. Don't they have their hair in
There we go.
bandanas too. But yes, here's the shot through the shark's mouth. We get this reverse where I don't think we can see the shark mouth in the window. But yeah, and then you just get this sort of, proto Popeye moment here.
Yeah.
It's just scale that the other movies don't have. And we've also got the barrels on the boat already. Because, yeah, we're in the boat for the next 50 minutes.
And that's really out there. That's not no tank. It's not.
Now, they did they did their miserable at sea experience. So yeah, now back to the pan and scanning. So you've got Dreyfuss on one end of the screen. You got Robert Shaw on the other. That also means you would have to be sitting, 10, 12 rows back to see both of them in the theater. But on video, on TV, you're not seeing any of it. There we go. Dreyfuss crushing his water cup there. But luckily, Brody doesn't know how to do anything. Wait a second. Richard Dreyfuss just caught the rolling tank, but he was in a different place between the two shots. But yeah, so now Brody doesn't know what he's doing even more than usual, which is a totally different take on the character than in the second one.
Right.
But it's also Brody's entire character, right? So it's like you lost sort of that aspect of.
Brody's
yes,
kind of the original McClane type, just a regular guy in over his head in the extraordinary situation.
Yeah. But he doesn't even know how to do the boat shit.
No.
Here we go. So the sort of tension the movie's just going to build through the sounds and the rising music is just especially here. Because 75 is before Halloween. You had Texas Chainsaw, you had Last House on the Left, but those weren't mainstream at this point.
No, those were
so you didn't
drive-in pictures. Those were considered B movies then.
Yeah, you didn't have pop scares yet.
This was it. This was, everybody can go to Jaws.
Yep.
Because before this, it was Exorcist,
Yeah. Yeah, Exorcist sort of started the 70s.
Yeah, the big
blockbuster.
We got to go see it.
Well, Godfather, but differently. Godfather's.
Yeah.
It's Godfather. Not a genre picture.
Godfather was on a whole nother. It was his own thing. But when Jaws hit, and then King Kong afterwards, and then Close Encounters and Superman, it was just late 70s, just
Star Wars, obviously. The blockbuster just started in a way that it just hadn't been for a while. And when you did have huge hits, it was, 60s. They weren't sort of the genre pieces. They weren't, the traditional action blockbuster that has some fantasy or sci-fi elements.
Uh-uh.
The other thing is that Richard Dreyfuss and Quint are at odds, and it's not quickly resolved, right? It's resolved over a long time period, a relatively long time period, amid all this action. I also don't think you have this type of plotting anymore, right? Like everything follows the same basic plot, starting with Star Trek Into Darkness, where you have, the one villain fight and then followed by a second villain fight or whatever. Like you have the reveal, and it's just like all the Marvel movies basically have that structure, and you don't have anything where anybody hangs out for 40 minutes in a single location, except something like Dread, and then nobody saw it until it was too late.
Yeah, nobody appreciated that shit.
Nope. This is one of those movies where, you've now got your 3 stars, each doing their own sort of experience of these events, and they're together doing it. It's not like the Towering Inferno. Oh yeah, we forgot about that. Before this, your set pieces were like, at best, mediocre disaster movies, at worst, terrible disaster movies, right? So it's like
Tower Inferno, Sudden Adventure,
Earthquake,
Airport.
Yep. The airports were still going from Universal. So it's like this brought a level of
oh shit.
There are 4 of those.
I think I have the Concorde somewhere.
There are 2 Poseidon Adventures, though.
Oh my God. No.
Okay. Hell yes. We can't go on the airport tangent right now, because I just want to talk about how I remember in one of them, what's his face? George Kennedy has like a 22-year-old girlfriend. And like, it's just so gross.
Big old ass George Kennedy with a
shirt off, greased up. But so you don't have your stars sort of doing this kind of thing again. And Spielberg wouldn't do that again. Like Close Encounters doesn't have that. There we go.
Uh-oh.
And no pop scare, right? Like we saw the shark coming out. It was about Brody's reaction to it. And now we get to sort of watch his petrification here.
And the line that shook America. And this was back before worldwide gross. We weren't worried about what the fuck China thought about
right
to go see.
Being big in China didn't mean you got a sequel.
Wow.
Yeah, now we just get these sort of beautiful not montage sequences, but just these beautiful sequences with the John Williams music. A little proto Star Wars there.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was so glad they did that one documentary about like Williams' music in the Spielberg movies.
Nice shoe shot here.
Speaking of John Williams, at the end of next month, the Chicago Orchestra is doing Return of the Jedi.
That's right. You're telling me about that. That'd be awesome.
God.
That's kind of my favorite. The Luke and Leia talk in Ewok Village. That's Williams' best music for years after that, I feel like.
I still say his most unsung score was Adventures of Tintin, but for the most part, it sounds a lot like indie outtakes.
Mm. Yep. So
God, that shot. Oh, I love that one shot.
So good. It's just
from the interior.
Now they've made my Hitchcock observation. I can't stop seeing it. It's like Vertigo, only with sharks.
Hey, there's the nod from Jaws of Revenge. We're gonna attach something to the shark.
But I mean, hold on. Sorry. We can't miss this part.
Yes.
Just the way
music.
That sort of playfulness with it too. Just it's so weird. It's so good.
Because it makes you think, oh shit, they're gonna get him.
Right. And that's
they're really gonna catch this fucking shark now.
Was just the sort of way that you've got, it's two different movies, right? Like there's the beginning with the build up on land, but then you just stop that and you're just at sea for this, action movie. Oh yeah, here we go.
Look at that. Oh wow.
And then the follow-up shot to it. I think there's a follow-up shot to it. No. Yes. Yeah. So good.
Why is that not a poster? I would love to see that as a poster.
Staring at each other. So fucking good. But of course, in this, on the video version, you would not have been able to keep both of them in frame. And then when you faded to Quint in the center of the frame,
it would be chopped in half.
And scan over to him or something.
Yeah, it would scan over to him. Just like those god-awful scans of Ghostbusters.
That was a bad one, too.
That one shot from Ghostbusters 2, where they chop off Ernie Hudson. When they walk into the museum.
I think they chop him off in the first one, too. And I think that was the example in the Entertainment Weekly Guide to Laserdisc, trying to explain to people why they should do it. And it's like, so you know that there's a black Ghostbuster. Now we get the bonding scene here. This was written by John Milius. We know that because he can't shut up about it, and has been bragging about it since 1975. But it's also
Reminds
the only.
me, I have to also see Big Wednesday.
I'm sure he did that. I always think of him more as Conan.
Conan is just, yeah.
Did he ever write a movie for Walter Hill? It seems like they should have worked together.
No. Didn't they do a little bit? Milius do a little bit on the Warriors? Maybe. There was something I'd have sworn they did together.
So now the scar comparing sequence starts here. Okay. It's going to get famous in Lethal Weapon 3, but they use that as a flirting technique between Riggs and Cole. That actually came from Return to Swamp Thing, which has it with Joey Siegel and Monique Gabrielle comparing scars. And nobody acknowledges that like blip between this and it being turned into a Mel Gibson, Rene Russo bit.
You know what's crazy? I've done this in a strip club with a stripper. Like two little kids comparing scars. Because I couldn't ask her for a dance. The chick looked like a friggin' kid, you know? So I just gave her a little money. I said, "Here, we'll sit and talk for a while."
You've gotten too old.
She was cool. She was there to feed her dogs.
Okay, so the Indianapolis.
Yes.
The mission of the shark. So this is what Milius brags about the most. And this was what they initially wanted the sequel to be. Was...
Oh, that's right. They wanted it to be an actual prequel detailing
the Indianapolis, which has been done. They did a TV movie of it that I've never seen with maybe Treat Williams and David Caruso. And then a few years ago, they did like someone with which of the Baldwins is the Christian one?
Oh, God.
Yeah, they did like a Christian movie version of it with one of the Baldwin and maybe Tom Berenger and Billy Zane, of course.
Kirk Cameron wasn't in it?
I don't think Kirk I think there's a level that if you've been in a movie that came out in the theater, you won't do a Christian movie with Kirk Cameron. You'll do it with everybody else, but you won't do it with Kirk Cameron. And I don't think Kevin Sorbo does any that have anybody else in it like that. I think he's got to be the star in his. Kirk Cameron's got to be the star in his. Whereas Dean Cain has to be the star in his. Where the Baldwin seems like he will work with other has-beens.
Because whatever Baldwin it is, it's not Alec.
No, or it's not Daniel.
Yeah.
Is it Billy?
So
I think it's Billy. Or no, is it Steven? Is it the one from Usual Suspects?
Yeah, that's Steven.
Yeah, I think it's Steven.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're talking over what should have been the clip playing when Robert Shaw won a Best Supporting Actor award for this.
Mm-hmm.
Or they should have given him Best Actor just to piss off Roy Scheider.
Damn.
It's not a bad thing for Milius to have a career based on, obviously.
Well, Conan is the shit too.
Mesmerizing. And this isn't something that Spielberg does anywhere else, really. Spielberg's not big on letting people monologue. Depending, he might let somebody do a speech, but he doesn't let them monologue.
I keep thinking they did this sometime in Jurassic Park, but nope.
No, because
Jurassic Park could have used one of these.
Jurassic Park is all for. It's all. I mean, it's like the start of every line being slightly amusing, like a joke, like the Marvel movies do.
The only scene close to this in Jurassic Park is where Hammond is talking about what a failure he is.
That one, and then also when Neary knew not to open the raptor cages. But I mean, even that's not. Yeah, the Hammond scene in that one is because it's the only time that like he gets out of the action.
I'm go to bed. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yep, here we go.
Having a good old time. It's not enough alcohol, though.
Nope. And Brody hasn't eaten.
The hell is that on that plate?
You don't want to. It's the chum.
Chum, really? Yeah.
It's beads. It's fucking.
Yeah.
It's mid-70s refried beads or something.
Yeah. What the fuck that is? It's just like a pile of something on a plate with a knife in it. That shark said, "Shut up."
I never realized it does stop them from singing. It might just be
right.
Sharks are attracted by noise, we learned in the second one.
My nocturnal eating.
Well, that's the other thing is the shark in this one, it goes back out to sea, right? Like it's not just trying to eat people on Amity, which is sort of.
That's kind of, the weird part about this is that once they resolve to go out to get him,
he's out there.
He doesn't go back to Amity at all.
That's also kind of like Jaws 4 in that when Mario Van Peebles and Lance Guest, they're out doing their whatever shellfish experiment and or the coral or whatever, and the shark's not.
Jaws Nintendo obstacles.
It's not a threat.
The eel.
In Jaws 3, it's always a threat, right? And in Jaws 2, it's hunting the kids because they're making a commotion out in its thing. But yeah. Okay, so that's the second of the shooting stars. There was one that just went behind Brody. Okay. Now we get a repair scene. I haven't seen the original Flight of the Phoenix in, oh my God, 25 years, but I don't remember. That's about repairing something. But this, of course, would become a Star Wars standard because they're always repairing the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Or you're always and then Luke's always working on his X-Wing. Those things were pieces of shit. I mean, like, they required constant tinkering. Okay, so pan and scan. What are you gonna choose here? Are you gonna choose Roy Scheider? Are you gonna choose the barrel on the side of the ship? What are you gonna choose?
Well, since they show you they're reaching for the barrel, they probably cut the barrel.
Much like Halloween 2, the first time I saw these movies when I was 10 or 12 and had
Mm,
never seen them, I preferred Jaws 2 to Jaws 1.
wow.
That first time. Same thing, same deal with Halloween. And I don't understand what I was thinking, but I was also 12. I was staying up all night, drinking a lot of Dr. Pepper. So, fuck do I know? All right. So at this point, I think we just start seeing the shark on the regular
Yeah, a lot more.
because we are in the last 24 minutes, and I don't think there are any more scene transitions. No, because Brody wants to call it in. So what's Quint going to do about that?
El Smacko.
So what you should have done in the second one is have Brody become Quint.
Well, he does in a way.
Yeah, but he's still, it's too short. His
Yeah,
resolution with it's immediate.
yeah. It goes way too fast.
Brody never goes Ahab, right? Like,
No, not right. Not even when he finds out
it's a
that his
shark. Yeah.
kids are out there. He just knows the thing has to be dealt with. Uh, that's kind of bad right there.
Yeah, but it does lend to this idea that the shark's just fucking with them at this point, which never happens in any of the other. The shark never just fucks with people like it does in
Uh-uh.
this one. It's playing with its food right now. Yep, there's a reflection shot, very Spielberg. And we get the playfulness back, just the excitement of it. What I just shit. Williams did Sugarland, so but I just wonder what movie when they were shooting this, what did Spielberg think it was gonna come out like, right? Like, because so much of it has to do with the music.
But if you listen to like a lot of his cues from Lost in Space, you hear a lot of what becomes shit like this and Superman and
Yep.
Star Wars.
I was gonna say the line between this Superman and the first Star Wars is
Because Williams has always been broad. Like it sounded too good for that fucking show at certain points,
right.
you know?
Well, then maybe the music cues they use in the Netflix series are Williams's. I assumed it was just their composer trying to sound like Jurassic Park era Williams, when maybe it was just.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Look at that. Uh-huh. That's gonna do it, Brody.
Not a damn thing.
Yeah, you definitely lose Richard Dreyfuss is like watching Robert Shaw, which is a big part of the relationship or sort of the character. Okay, so yeah, now Quint has gone Ahab, but that's okay because it's going to be, I think, once he's got the 2 barrels on him, he can't go down. So, oh yeah. The other thing is that, oh, there we go. That's right, Brody. Except,
Oh shit.
yep.
Ah!
Good job, Martin. Jeez.
Uh,
The sort of resolution to how they're going to deal with the shark is never as drawn out in this one. This one, it's the movie, and the sequels, it's a 5-minute sequence.
Yeah. It's we gotta go get it. Let's
get Michael Caine's plane. Let's just go do it, as opposed to this where they've got to figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah.
And then we sort of see it play out.
Well, it was a little drawn out in 3.
Yeah. Because they had a lot of activity going on, but I'm thinking about like in 2. I mean, 4 doesn't count because it's like 90 minutes, right? But in 2, they sort of rush through the stuff with the kids. They even rush through the kids' reaction to the helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
Like those scenes are memorable, but they're memorable because,
woo,
yep. In this, though, like every other shot is just fantastic, and they're so good. I wonder. So you had Poseidon Adventure in 1972. I can't. You had pirate movies in the 1950s, but the sort of water getting in the boat's engine trope is pretty familiar now. But I wonder if Jaws kicked it off.
Oh yeah, for sure. This did a lot. Jaws did a lot of shit that movies are still doing till this day.
I wonder if that knife will be important. The machete will be important later. 3 barrels. I missed when they went from 2 to 3, but I think I always miss when they go from 2 to 3. It can, of course, go under. Just the quiet of it. The engine sounds, it's just so good.
Mm-hmm.
Hooper and Quint, of course, have their relationship has changed since.
Yeah, because neither of them are prepared for this shit.
Yeah. And they've bonded a little now.
See, now that's a shark.
Mm-hmm. And then we see land in the background. I think. Yeah. This is Quint's revised plan. So yeah, on video that would have been chopped in half. So you would have seen Brody and half of and Robert Shaw's face. But now Quint's losing it. We'll soon.
Yeah, he's spun.
Yep.
He's ready to get this damn animal. Anyway, he knows how. Yeah, shut up. You are locked in here with me. Nobody wants to be here, but you're gonna be here.
Mm-hmm. Instead of getting like that, Roy Scheider just gets drunk and sad into.
Damn. Woo.
Whatever can go wrong does go wrong. Oh shit, that's right. It's cage time.
Oh yeah. Now I'm shocked they never had a full play set. Just the orca play set with all three figures. And the shark.
What's the name of that place that makes those retro figures that cost $30 for
what should retro be? Action?
No, not
Super 7, whatever.
Super 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, their Orca playset that costs fucking $250 or something. Like,
oh god.
We were talking over it, but Quint said when he was talking about the Indianapolis, he will never wear a life preserver again. And it's Quint's idea to do the shark cage. I thought you should fill bullets up with those and cover them. That was
right into it.
The reaction shot instead is the building shot. Yeah.
Some shit they've stolen. The Simpsons and Family Guy have completely fucking ripped.
Only Roy Scheider's had enough to take his shirt off. Trying to think, do you have anything anymore where you only have one terror of nature adversary? Because once they introduced the idea of having two of them as like the punchline, right? Jaws 3, everybody has at least two, right? Jurassic Park, you've got the raptors plus the T-Rex, plus the spitting thing. So it's just like,
Shit, I think even in the Meg they had to. Or it was like the shark they thought they were gonna catch,
Right.
and then,
the reveal, it's not just about the one. I like how by Jaws 3 and 4, people just don't give a shit about going in near sharks. They're just like, it's fine.
Right. There's no more. We're dealing with a shark, damn it. We're dealing with a shark. Let's get him.
And now this is just the sound and there's the music.
Uh-oh.
Well, the other thing about this is the way they integrate the nature shots are a lot better, right? Like, it's not just filler from nature.
It looks just like
scene, yeah. Because I mean, that's got to be a nature shot, and that's the idea that there are just fish hanging out right now is also terrifying. Quietly pull the tip. And looking the wrong way. So scuba scenes got to be a thing for a while. They'd already done those in some James Bond movies, right? At this point, because Thunderball had a bunch of scuba in it, yeah. Angry shark.
Right. If this was Jaws 3, he just got swallowed. Fucking.
Well, in Jaws 3, the shark should have been big enough to just
eat the whole cage.
Yeah, eat the whole cage and then bite. That's the thing is this is a 15-foot shark or a 20-foot shark?
It's supposed to be big.
I think it's supposed to be, they make it bigger in the second one. And then the third one's like 35 feet. Like it's a dinosaur shark, right? It's just absurd. But then they don't mention it in the fourth one, I don't think, because they know that they can't like build a big shark in the fourth one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, everything's going wrong.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. In the book, Richard Dreyfuss dies, and Brody's like,
Bastard Jaws!
Brody's like, you fucked my wife. I don't care that you die. or they have like a last minute, like, oh, I guess I'm sad you're dead or something. But Brody's angry about it. Oh God.
Yeah. Oh hell no.
Richard Dreyfuss gets a big death scene. And we're not doing the Jaws edits on this. We're showing him getting eaten.
Yeah. Yikes.
Spitting blood. I don't think we have spitting blood in any of the other Jaws movies.
Nah, it was never as graphic as that. People just got pulled under. Or you see them in
swallowed
the mouth
whole.
of the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah! And then, yeah. Did the shark just growl?
Possibly. It could have been noise from a combination of water moving and the wood breaking.
Mhm.
It could also be a growl. Oh, I think I've seen this before. Isn't this at the end of Jaws the Revenge?
Yeah, the Godzilla roar.
Right.
All right.
Well, I think it was Jaws the Revenge where it does growl, right?
Yeah, he roars.
Yeah, and that was the trivia, was that the guy thought it was so stupid he was going to make it as stupid as possible. Mm-hmm.
Nah. Take that. You bad old putty tat.
Poor shark getting poked in the head.
See, this is the most real it looks in any of the movies.
Yeah, and that's a thing that the first one, the one with the least available technology, was the best one. I mean, they couldn't do it for 4. They didn't give a shit in 3 exactly.
Yeah, 3, they just didn't give a damn.
But I mean, like 2, you would think that would be some of the
2 was built for convenience, I guess.
Yeah.
You know,
they really, for all Roy Scheider's complaining on this music.
Yes.
For all Roy Scheider's complaining, it's not like they spent a lot of time on the shark in 2. Like,
no,
they did, but they spent a lot of time on the fin. That's not the same thing. Like, the fin circling is not scary like the shark, having a personality as it hunts the main cast. And
look, Jake's alive.
I never realized it. He doesn't go for his poker.
No.
I was hiding under the water.
I was just hiding under a big ass clam.
It's fine.
No. You don't hear him? Of course not. Oh, yeah.
Such a good end.
Mm-hmm.
This is the other thing that always bugged me about 2. Is that Brody's over his water shit at the end of this one. Right?
Yeah.
Like Joe Elves Jr. Just so fucking good.
And it's got those 70s short credits.
When you could still do your end credits over action, which is
Universal
is a lost art of end titles or end credits. Live shark footage.
Ron and Valerie Taylor.
Panavision and Technicolor.
Good old Panavision.
Yep. Oh, we do even have time for the cast, right? Because
a good cast is worth repeating.
This is the only time it makes any sense, pan and scan, because the credits are framed. Though not the first credits wouldn't have been. Oh, Peter Benchley was credited. And then that's it. They landed and pulling the boat out of water and
boom.
Jaws will return in the multiverse of madness. PG, as it were.
He's going to get those damn Infinity Stones.
It took them a while to get out of PG, right? Like, they had a lot of time for what you'd think would have been the PG-13.
Well, once PG-13 kicked in, it was one of those things where it's like, well, what else can we make PG-13? You know?
Okay. Trivia. Mrs. Kintner was at a restaurant several decades after the film's release and ordered the Alex Kintner sandwich at the restaurant. The owner came out and introduced himself. It was Alex Kintner. They hadn't seen each other since the original shoot. When composer John Williams originally played the score, Spielberg laughed and said, "That's funny, but what did you have in mind for the theme to Jaws?"
Wow.
But then later stated, without the score, the movie would have only been half as successful. Roy Scheider ad-libbed, "You're going to need a bigger boat." The shooting star was real, not an optical effect. There's a 1995 documentary called The Making of Steven Spielberg's Jaws that was on the Laserdisc and is supposed to be great. And it's been 30 years and I still haven't watched it. But for a while, you could only get it cut on the DVD. But I think they released the full-length one on the Blu-ray. What else? Robert Shaw was drinking. There was a Moby Dick in the 50s. He would have gotten along with Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance, yeah. So I was just about to say.
Yeah. Originally, there was going to be a scene where Quint was making fun of Moby Dick in the theater, but Gregory Peck didn't give him permission.
What was he going to do? Mr. Christian?
Spielberg wanted Charlton Heston for Brody, but he was busy. Can you imagine? Brody's dog is played by Spielberg's real dog, Elmer.
You know how Irwin Allenish the movie would have been had it been?
You can't even imagine how Irwin Allenish it would have been absurd.
He probably wouldn't even gone out there on the water because of lazy ass Heston.
Oh yeah, can you get Heston and fucking Robert Shaw, Heston and little Richard Dreyfuss? No, man. Heston in the fucking 70s? God.
Yeah, that shit would have looked so cheap.
300-pound weights were attached to Susan Backliney and they tugged her around. So that's why that looked so intense. Robert Duvall was offered the role of Brody, but he turned it down. Duvall wanted to play Quint, but Spielberg said he was too young.
You know, I could kind of see him as Brody.
I do. As Brody? I can see him as a young Quint. I don't
No.
know. Brody.
I can't picture him getting batshit like that.
Yeah,
Because he's,
maybe. I can hear him yelling about it though.
Yeah, because Duvall's always, hey, come on.
Heartwarming stories about Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw's granddaughter. Let's see. Spielberg cast Roy Scheider based on The French Connection. Oh, that was 71, not 72. So there was a big in between, or a bigger in between there. Dreyfuss was tested and cast based on American Graffiti, which tracks. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Charlton Heston was annoyed with being rejected for the role of Brody. Wait a second. But it said that he was too busy making the disaster movies. Maybe Universal didn't want to.
Yeah, because that would have been too much. Too much Heston. He was in all of them.
Spielberg decided against it because he thought that the audiences would know that Charlton Heston would be able to beat the shark. But following that, Heston vowed never to work with Spielberg and made disparaging remarks about him, and was not in 1941. They wanted him for 1941. Murray Hamilton was the only choice for the mayor. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so that's the point where who's that? Robert Stack became kind of the Heston stand-in for everything.
Right. Most of the third act was shot handheld, prompting Steven Spielberg to quip that Jaws was the most expensive handheld movie ever made. This would have been before Steadicam as well. I think there was some handheld at the beginning too in the house. Bunch about this whole trivia idea is a lot better when it's not fucking 500 things. Victoria Principal was considered for Ellen Brody. That would have sort of changed that a bit. Robert Mitchum turned down Quint.
Brody's child bride.
Yeah, how old she would have been? Fucking, that was pre-Jaws, or that was pre-Dallas, man. She would have been like 23.
She'd been super young.
How's she gonna have those kids? Maybe
Linda Evans. I could probably see Linda Evans, but she's too
glamorous. Yeah. Okay, so John Williams apparently used some of the same underwater two-note motif for Around the World Under the Sea in 1966. All right. Okay, so that was Jaws 1. Are we ready to announce season 2? Hold on. Malton gives it 4 stars. I don't know if we're going to keep the Malton thing going forward. But all right, season 4. You ready?
Yeah. I'll give him a clue.
Give him a clue.
Well, it's a clue to the first films we're going to do. One has something to do with basketball. And the other one has another sport entirely. So that's the only clue I'm going to give. Fuck that.
What?
Well, that's what we're doing directly next. But actually, overall, what we're doing is we're doing duologies.
Yes. So you might have heard us try to remember certain things like Stakeout, The Sting. So failed franchises of the probably the
movies
latest it's going to go.
The first sequel.
Yeah, the latest it'll probably go is the 90s because pretty much everything gets the third sequel.
Yeah, suddenly everybody was trilogy happy by the 90s.
But
so it's the summer of duology.
Yes. So
and the first couple we're gonna do are the first ones I could think of were the Teen Wolf movies. The actual Teen Wolf. This is not, the
not popular. The not currently popular Teen Wolf movies, including the truly god-awful Teen Wolf 2.
Yeah, Teen Wolf 2 and the OG Teen Wolf.
Yes.
And there was going to be a third Teen Wolf, but they nixed that idea, and somehow, once they lost their star, they remixed it and called it Teen Witch. So we'll
seriously? Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes. Teen Wolf 3 was going to be Alyssa Milano, and somehow along the way, I guess she dropped out, or people lost interest or whatever. And yeah, a lot of the writers or whatever, they cobbled it back together and created Teen Witch, which altogether, if you watch that shit, it's basically the same formula as Teen Wolf.
And of course, Teen Wolf 2, rather infamously, is the exact same movie as Teen Wolf 1 with three other different scenes and a different cast. So that was the first time people really saw sequels being that rote in the 80s. I guess, I don't know. I haven't seen enough Chuck Norris sequels, but okay. God. So freaking Robert Shaw was not nominated for any acting awards.
Really?
It won editing, it won sound,
not
and
even
it won
for
music.
Jaws?
No.
Yeah.
And then
he got robbed.
He wasn't even nominated. BAFTA nominated Dreyfuss. Wow. Yeah, because in the 70s, you just expected people to act as well as Robert Shaw.
Well, that's kind of true. For every point, there was like fucking Gene Hackman was doing some genius shit. And
that's true. That is, yes. I mean, this is. It would be hard to find a better era of white men acting than the mid 70s.
Oh yeah, that's why Tarantino was so obsessed with
right
late 60s, early to mid 70s.
All right, so yes, we will be back with season 4. We will be back with Teen Wolf 1 and 2. We will be back with, I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
That's why we call it the Summer of Duologies.
It's just going to take us, I don't know.
We won't do them all, but we'll do a good number of them.
We'll do a good number, and we'll have to see if by the end of season 4, because it's open-ended, folks. We don't have a set number yet. If they announce another something like Bill and Ted 3, right? Like some other ruined duology because of a 30-year-old sequel or a 30 years. I
really wanted to do Bill and Ted, but that damn
can't do it.
That damn Face the Music fucked it all up. Yeesh.
Can't do Ghostbusters either. So
you're supposed to smile, Keanu. Jesus, you forgot how to smile, dude. Yeah, you can't do Ghostbusters. Well, technically, I think we can.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we got to get into the rules for what
fuck Afterlife. Fuck
constitutes sequels for it. So because
people still think 2016 is supposed to be part of the continuity of regular Ghostbusters.
Considering 4 is out of the continuity of 2, right? Isn't that what you told me? Yeah.
But there's still people who keep saying, well, I just ignored the 2016. You're supposed to, you dummy, because it doesn't, it's not part of the main thing. Now, the comic did a genius thing. I think they've, hopped on the multiverse thing really, in a clever way, where they could team up with any version of the Ghostbusters. So now they have the Central Ghostbusters. They had a thing with they teamed up with the real Ghostbusters, the animated Ghostbusters. So, and in this most recent one, there was this big thing where they team up with all the different versions of the Ghostbusters that have been created up till this point. Like, so you have the ones that they did for the graphic novels in the early 2000s, and then you have Extreme Ghostbusters. I mean, it was pretty good crossover.
Yeah. They've gotten a lot better about mixing franchises. I mean, it's happened with everything, right? Like we've seen it on a $300 million movie now, right? But like we're not just stuck to, it's like there's a nice cross-pollination from people learning what you could do. Because this all started, the franchise crossovers started in comics, right?
Yeah.
And then like it now goes into movies, but it's like, oh, all right, we're far past shit like Oh, wow. Oh, my God. The hair. I forgot Egon's hair in the fucking real Ghostbusters. But yeah, we're past the awkwardness of Aliens versus Predator and shit like that.
Because that was just done in a kind of.
Fuck,
You would have
there
had
are
to read
two
the
of
comics.
those.
Yeah.
That second one's terrible.
Yes,
All right.
it is. It's god
Oh
awful.
my God, it's bad. All right. On
I think
that
I've only
note,
seen it once.
I don't know. Maybe we'll work out the list before we start next season and share it. Maybe we won't. Who knows? But yes, so thank you for listening to season 3. Go listen to the Jaws 3 one, folks, since nobody has been yet. Fuck it. I'm just going to say it.
Right? Where's the love for Jaws 3,
Yeah,
damn
you
it?
got to go listen to some Jaws 3. If you're going to listen to so much Jaws the Revenge, you got to listen to some Jaws 3.
For real, you don't even need the glasses for it. So I don't know why.
All right. Well, anyway, thanks for joining us, and we will be back with Teen Wolf next time on season 4 of 709 Meridian.
Oh my God. Brace yourself,
Jason
kids.
Bateman.
Yeah, Jason the Bateman. And yeah, till then, the beaches are closed for the summer here.
But only
at
for
Amity.
24 hours. Only for 24 hours. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of 709 Meridian. This is Andrew.
And I'm D.
And tonight we are talking about Jaws 2. We're going to be watching Jaws 2, 1978, directed by Jeannot Schwartz, and with music by John Williams. And,
Very great score.
Great score. Arguably better than the first one's score, I would say. It's one of Williams's, like,
Underrated.
Definitely underrated. One of his 80s blockbuster scores. Like, I think this is the one where you hear like hints of alien, or not alien, obviously, but hints of like E.T. and stuff. So I mean, it's a really, really nice score. We'll talk about some of the trivia as much as I remember from Wikipedia, but basically Roy Scheider's a dick. And what else? That's about it. So we're going to get this started in a couple of minutes here or a couple seconds here. And if you don't want to watch along with the movie, you can check out the unsynced track or unsynced version, which is available both on YouTube and in your podcast feed. So you don't have to watch along as we head to Cable Junction. But are you ready to go, sir?
Yeah, I believe I am queued up.
All right. 3, 2, 1, play.
All right.
Classic Universal logo. None of the Jaws movies had anything but the classic Universal logo, right?
True. They all made it under the redo.
Yeah.
The anniversary redo. Yeah, I love this intro theme.
So the first movie, which we'll be talking about in a couple weeks, has a very sort of dramatic opening, whereas this has a far more... you hear that? That's a little Jedi there. Yeah. It has a couple divers going down and finding the ship from the first movie.
The Orca.
Yeah, just listen to that. I just love this freaking score. I remember just when I found out it was out on, what was it, Varese Saraband back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I was so excited. Good releases. Yeah.
Wow.
So some of the behind the scenes stuff that I remember and browsed. So basically this was going to be made by a guy named John Hancock, maybe John D. Hancock, who made Bang the Drum Slowly. And it was set on an economically depressed Amity Island, but the shop owners of Martha's Vineyard didn't want to accommodate that.
Yeah, they didn't want to make it dreary looking.
Yeah, they didn't want to make it shitty looking. Now, it's a very long cast listing there, and you'll notice Keith Gordon's name during his acting career.
And a recall in the soundtrack to the
to the boat music.
The boat,
so good. It's just like, I mean, especially given Williams's output from like 99 on. So anyway,
which were all outtakes from something or other.
We shan't talk about his seemingly final score. Okay, but here we get the Jaws theme coming in because we get some.
There'll be a shark in these waters.
There'll be a shark. Boom. But yeah, so Hancock made a little bit of the movie, and then they brought in Jeannot Schwark. There was something to do with, like, Spielberg was willing to do it, but there was a union thing. And then Schwark's the one who brought back in some of the cast and changed it around. But originally, it was going to involve Ellen Brody going out to rescue the sons. So she would have been on the water before Jaws 4. Yeah. But here we are back in Amity.
Good old Amity. On location.
Back to the ferry here, which played a part in the first one. And we still haven't seen Roy Scheider, but apparently Roy Scheider was a total dick to Jeannot Schwark because Roy Scheider didn't want to do this movie, and he complained that people didn't want to see him; they wanted to see the shark. Yeah, which is an interesting take from what Roy Scheider thought people were seeing the first one for. Michael Butler, photography. Joe Alves did the production design. I think Alves was talking about co-directing it with someone. So the idea that Alves was going to direct one of these started a lot before Jaws 3. Carl Gottlieb and Howard Sackler. Very nice. And this also had Richard D. Zanuck and David Brown producing it, which was
a little polish.
Yeah, level of prestige that was unlikely or uncommon for sequels.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It does look like a companion piece to the first one.
Yeah, very much. Schwark is a director who never really... He did this. He did Somewhere in Time. He did Supergirl. He did... I would imagine Santa Claus the movie, was the one that ended it. But, you know, he's an underrated director who kind of just did genre pieces in an era when genre pieces weren't very good. But I always like this opening.
It is a good shot. And Chief Brody always, hot under the collar, but on top of it all.
Mm-hmm. The mayor's back, yep.
Good old Murray Hamilton.
Okay, so now the kids have aged quite a bit in 3 years.
Yeah.
That's Hendrix right there. Jeffrey Kramer's there. He was just in that shot.
Yeah. He was in the cast in the beginning.
Yeah, but no, Brody just blamed him for not being able to get to the thing on time.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, so this is and there's
there we
what's her
go.
face from last time, but this developer guy is this movie's complete dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. You can head to the Amity Island Holiday Inn. How exciting.
Such a non-event. This is what Amity lives for.
On when it's not summertime, people would be much happier taking their business to where are the other places? Beaches?
Yeah.
Oh, Larry's the mayor. We were talking before the show about what his son's. Oh, I think his son's name's Larry Jr. So
Larry Jr. Yeah.
there he is.
Yep.
Complete little jackass. So in the background are going to be some of the other regular cast. This married woman working for a sleazebag is one of the 70s tropes. So
here we are, the older Mike Brody.
And his chief sidekick. I don't know what older Mike Brody, I don't know what the actor's name is, but he's actually pretty darn good for such a disposable part. Like,
yeah, because he doesn't. They could have given him more to do, but he does enough with what he's given.
Yeah. And now we get to some of the other kids here. Napoleon Dynamite version 0.
Yeah, right.
And his buddy, Keith Gordon.
Before he gets possessed by his car.
Mm-hmm. The other interesting thing is, so this is 78. So this is before like Friday the 13th and the teenage leads, before Nightmare on Elm Street and the teenage leads, or even Halloween and the teenage leads, right? Like,
yeah, like Halloween, didn't it drop sometime after this? It's the same year.
Same year.
'78 was a weird kind of, yeah, it was like a transition.
Yeah, I mean, it was post Star Wars, but there wasn't enough time to do anything about it.
Now, Star Wars was basically, okay, now we know how to aim. We need to aim younger.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I guess, the angle for a lot of the rest of everything that followed. Why we got the teenagers all of a sudden.
Okay, so this opened in the summer and Halloween opened in October. So yes, this is before Halloween. This is your first teen horror sequel.
Mm-hmm.
So because obviously Robert Shaw wasn't coming back, but also Richard Dreyfuss did not return.
Nope.
All right, so 11 minutes in and we've already got the shark in town.
Yeah.
Which the other movie waited on.
Yeah, we got teased. You know, we got a bit of it. Yeah. But here we can, we had a shot where we literally see the shark.
Mm-hmm.
So already this is not a Spielberg film.
Right. So one of the interesting things about the movie is Brody spends most of the movie not knowing there's actually not a shark, just because of the way it's structured. So it's one of those movies where you could just it's waiting for him to be surprised that there's actually a shark. Yeah, Michael Butler, what else did he shoot? Like, it's just such a nicely shot movie.
Yeah, it looks really good. Like the way it's shot is easily, like I say, it looks like it belongs with the first one.
Yeah, it's a little bit sunshinier, I guess would be one way of putting it, but that's also works with the sort of relaxed teen cast, right?
Right. Yeah.
Let's see. Michael Butler. Let's see here. He actually didn't do a lot. Wow. Okay. He did Missouri Breaks. He did Charlie Varick, Harry and Tonto, 92 in the Shade. So he was a 70s guy. And it looks like his career ended somewhat with Megaforce in 82, which is not a surprise.
Lewis and Gilbert, the early years over here.
And then these two.
Oh yeah, Larry and his sidekick.
Yep. And the visiting the girl from out of town who dresses like an episode of Three's Company.
That's God, what is her name? She also
Donna
played
Wilkes.
Donna Wilkes, who would go on to play
Angel. That's
Angel.
right. Yes. Okay.
Not Avenging Angel, but the first one, Angel. Avenging Angel was Betsy Russell.
The Mike is played by Mark Gruner, who went on to this might have been about it. Yes, this was the end of his career. He guested on a Brady Bunch. He did a TV movie, 2 TV movies, and voiced something. And that was it.
Yikes. No, there's some Amity Town shtick.
Yep.
Everybody's got a problem.
Things are very busy.
Oh boy.
A lot of good one-liners in this one.
Yeah. Snappy.
But yeah, most of it is going to be these. Oh no, this is the wind sailing or whatever that's called.
Yeah.
Did they get 8? I think they do, right?
No, where's because the next victim is with the girl in the boat, right? Or it might be this guy.
I think it just grazes this guy.
Oh yeah, and he's like all scared.
Because I mean, when there are 4 Jaws movies, but this fourth one has no memorable anything.
No.
The third one is very specific. So like sort of the franchise standards sort of come through in this, accompanied by actual John Williams music. Like,
Yeah.
all right. So now that kind of motion is going to
Stir the shark.
yes, it's going to attract the shark. If you watch the first movie, that would have been explained.
Oh.
There we go. And ready, set, and chomp. Nope. Was there a shark there? Yes.
Yep.
Oh, it is the water skier. Because in this one, the shark attacks all take the appearance of an accident.
Yeah.
So, as to make it seem as though Brody is having a panic attack of sorts or anxiety
It's
attack.
PTSD to get in.
This Bobby Brady. Is Bobby the middle one? Looks like Bobby Brady.
No, Peter.
Peter. That's right. Bobby's the one who ends up in the wheelchair. Peter.
Oh, yeah. Wheelchair Bobby.
Brady's is continuity, baby. Brady's is continuity.
Oh, that's right. The old lady sees it.
Mm-hmm. So that's cable crossing. I don't know if that is important later. Missed some prime product placement there. What was she having to drink? Hopefully a nice, refreshing Coca-Cola.
Shasta.
Oh, shit. All right, here we go.
Oh, boy. All right. Right on schedule, huh? That.
So with this, and that's what's, the set pieces having the fin, as opposed to Spielberg sort of, I mean, the
shark would just come out of nowhere.
Yeah. But here they really lean into the rising tension, but also sort of the special effects factor, which I think is one of the things that I really like about this one is that they didn't skimp on the effects.
Well, there is a shot. I think it's coming up. You'll see it because it's so obvious, but there's a really bad shot of the shark in this.
Wouldn't be Jaws if there wasn't a bad shot of the shark. That's a very Spielberg shot right there.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing about Jano Schwark is he can mimic occasionally, or he can mimic, but he doesn't always do it. But he also
No.
doesn't really have a style of his own.
Uh-oh. Wow.
There we go. And
Right through the boat.
right through the boat. And eating the boat. Because in this one, we're just going to eat all the boats.
Yeah. This is the Michael Myers shark, basically.
And it just, yes, I think this was some of the stuff that people had no time for was.
Yeah.
The lady burns herself alive and blows herself up.
Rather than just get eaten alive, just
Yep.
I'm taking you with me.
Managed to spill gasoline all over herself. She also managed to give the shark a very distinct scar, which makes it look meaner.
Yeah. Now this is the shark they use. Wasn't one of them a refurb from the first one?
I didn't pay enough attention to the Wikipedia. They had multiple ones, but yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. So it looks good, but it also looks kind of
Right.
like this one actually is the closest to looking like what they had on the Florida ride.
I think I read that this was to the point Universal's most expensive movie ever.
Wow.
So
Hmm.
I don't know what could have caused an explosion. I mean,
Something's afoot. His
trying to
Brody
think.
sense is tingling.
Yeah. And I mean, distracted Roy Scheider-esque protagonists didn't get this distracted sort of in the 70s. Like, you get the moodier guys sort of in the 80s and 90s, but like,
Mm-hmm.
I love Jeffrey Kramer. He gives it enough of a like comedy bent without it being unbelievable. It doesn't feel like a sitcom, right? Like
too jokey. Wow. Gee.
what did they catch? Is it a shark?
Come on.
That shot, of course, reminds of some of the fishing shots in the first one. I mean, the other thing is this is a sequel where you didn't have VHS, right? Like,
right.
Nobody had seen this. Nobody, if you saw the first one, you saw it in the theater.
Yeah, the first one hadn't even come to television yet, had it?
Oh no. Pay attention though. That's a power line. It might be important later.
Or it might have premiered on TV while this was released in theaters.
Jaws didn't premiere on TV until 1979.
Wow.
It's a cool coffee
Cheerios.
pot. Cheerios. They had a big year in 78.
78,
Superman,
yeah.
this,
Superman
yeah.
and this.
I mean, your kids freakishly aged. They went through the '70s Thanos snap, dude. Like, you
Right.
should be chill with them. Like,
Somewhere it's after Jaws and Jaws, between
Uh-huh.
Jaws 2, they were caught up in the Thanos snap,
yep,
or they stayed behind and the
they stayed
Brody
behind.
parents.
Yeah. The other thing that bums me out about Revenge is Lorraine Gray's good, right? And they didn't give her shit in the other one. Like, she has none of this, like,
Well, she's only good because she has a lot
yeah,
of her screen time is with Scheider.
yeah,
So
but still, I mean, she's got a bite to the character that she doesn't have in the fourth one. In the fourth one, she's just moping the whole time. Okay, so we're gonna get our next big reveal in a second here, but we got to catch up on are they drinking? I think they're drinking.
Oh yeah. 70s kids always manage to find some booze. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Take that, Orca.
Had Orca come out yet or no?
Yeah, I think Orca was 77, maybe.
Never seen Orca.
Oh, dude.
I just haven't.
Oh, dude.
I know. 77.
Man.
Dino
Orca.
rushed that one in.
That was another one they would just play all the time, like Alligator.
Oh shit, Will Sampson's in Orca. And Peter Hooton, Doctor Strange version 0.
Yeah. This actually was kind of a dig, a blatant, purposeful dig at Orca.
Kind of gross.
Yeah.
They do a good job with the gross dead fish in this one. So, as I recall, the novelization really plays up Brody's sort of PTSD, but this is okay. She's never heard of Jaws, so that's the other thing. She lives there, but has never heard of Jaws because of the snap. That's why.
Exactly.
Okay. Not quite Richard Dreyfuss.
No. This was no boating accident.
No, pay attention.
Sounds.
Unusual sounds. This could be important later. What is funny about so we were talking in last episode about how Scheider's late 80s weren't much better than Jaws the Revenge. But
no,
he did in his prime, he could do this better than kind of anybody, right? Like in the 70s. But I think
it was almost a shame.
I think at the same time, when he did stuff that he liked, it wasn't necessarily any better. Like
like fucking Blue Thunder, dude. I mean, that was good, but
yeah, right. Like Blue Thunder's cool. I don't know if it's good. Like it's a really cool movie.
It's cool, but it isn't. Yeah.
I also want to know who was in charge of unbuttoning Roy Scheider to 3.
Oh yeah, so he could get his tan in.
Mm-hmm. Well, because Sorcerer was around this time, and I don't know that I mean, like, Sorcerer was an intense thing, but I don't know. It didn't give him this much to do as Jaws 2 did. Like, might have been more prestigious because it wasn't a sequel, but at the same time, like, he got to do the haunted by the original sequel. You know, Jamie Lee Curtis has made a career out of this at this point. Like, you know, and Roy Scheider didn't even care.
Well, Roy Scheider, he didn't live long enough to, I guess, have that reappreciation for it.
No.
Because I'm sure if he'd be ancient now, but still, if they had something like Halloween 2018 happen earlier,
right,
he might be like, well, yeah, I could come in and
especially since his last 15 years were direct-to-video crap, like, and the Punisher cameo.
One of those stupid Dracula movies.
Oh, shit, that's right. Dracula he did one of those.
2000 Part 3 or some dumb shit. Now here we go.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor's making excuses again.
So we don't actually ever explore whether or not the shark has been hanging around eating people before this. Like, the because they aren't worried about the guys who went down at the beginning yet. That'll come in a bit, but God, Murray Hamilton is the best asshole. Like, just
yeah. If he hadn't, passed on, because obviously James Cameron got a lot of work that could have gone to him.
Yeah. Very picturesque beach shot there.
That is nice. I like that.
Yeah. So like, I feel like if you did this a little bit differently, if you cut this just a little bit differently, it would give Jeannot some more personality, because it's Brody looking at that fucking log, right? Like, this is not exciting stuff, but
no,
doesn't want to get wet. Like, I love
right,
that part.
He's still kind of timid with the sea.
But it's like they shot all of Brody's outdoor shots. They shot it in the magic hour there, right? Like, so the lights it's soft, but it's still sharp. All right, now we back up to presumably the shark is going to ground itself in order to get Brody. I wonder if this was a trailer thing or what. Like, this is just a very long.
Yeah, it's a little too much for it not to be a
There's a body on here,
scare.
right? Yeah.
Yep. if you're still terrified to go back into the water.
I mean, what was he expecting to find, right? Like, I mean, of somebody who died in that boating accident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for people who haven't seen the first movie and are watching along with us, he is now putting sodium cyanide in these bullets because that's what they used in the first movie to kill the shark, but not I don't think in bullets, right? It was in the
No,
tip of the thing.
in the tip of the spear.
But yeah, so we get this very nice sequence of him wax tipping them that
The bullets there.
very macro shooting, very nice. But also presumably ineffective.
Yeah. And they're already trying to make him look loony.
Mm-hmm. The TV version has a couple additional scenes. Okay, so now we get full chest Roy Scheider. But the TV movie has a couple additional scenes. The TV version, I don't know if they included them on the Blu-ray, but they used to be on the DVD. I don't remember any of them actually adding anything. It's like Brody driving the wife to work one day and nothing else with people thinking he's weird, though.
Which probably would have helped, but I think it's already kind of a, even though they've gone to the whole, they went the Three's Company route where they're all just like, Chief's gone crazy.
Yep.
Even though we've known him for all these years.
It's the snap, man. Like,
yeah. All right.
Okay, playing some Pong on the TV there.
Yeah. Oh, see that?
Yep, Richard Dreyfuss can't come back till Jaws 3.
Or at least that's it. That's at the end credits.
Right.
Richard Dreyfuss will return in Jaws 3.
'83. Did they just not have that idea? Like, so he wasn't at that scene, though. He heard all that from the dipshit deputy. So I'm wondering if we're getting into areas where somebody else shot it before they changed the script. Okay. So
that's definitely some ETQ type.
There's a movie called Undead by the Spearing.
Actually, that's kind of Yoda.
Mm-hmm. It's like it's a more energetic. But this music is basically the same as is used in a movie called Undead, an Australian horror movie. And I was just like, did they just assume nobody knew what this track was?
Well, exploitation didn't become.
Oh no, it's recent. It's from 2003.
Really?
Yeah. Uh-huh. The very long bikini bottom scene because it's 1978. Do they play a Jaws arcade game in this, or was that in the first one?
Oh, right. They do. Yeah, the arcade, they had the where you shoot it.
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
Okay, so that was all set up to Brody being up in the Shark Tower, which were referenced in the first one. He saw it in a book, and I think they're going to discuss it in dialogue, that he got that tower after the original shark attack. Did this guy guest star on Three's Company? Like,
he looks like it, don't he? That damn suit.
well, I'm noticing she just saw the chief. And there's what's her face.
All right.
She might have a bigger scene in the cutscenes on TV. I think they show the meeting he has eventually with the town council. Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
My friends are off having fun while I gotta work.
And the mayor's daughter took my girl, or the mayor's son took my girl.
Who?
Larry was presumably in the first movie too, because Murray's got his my son was in the water too moment.
Yeah. He was one of the other kids.
Mm-hmm. Which means he also didn't go in the snap. Only the adults from the first movie went in the snap. It's kind of weird.
The little kid. He's looking for sharks.
These suit that.
Whoa.
Oh, 70s fashion is
Dick Van Patten over here.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
That must have been a pain in the ass crane shot.
Oh, yeah. Just to get it just right.
Uh-oh. What's he see?
Oh, isn't this it?
Nope. Nope, this is when he loses his job because he's gonna sorry folks. Spoilers. Rush Shotter's gonna flip this shit.
Yeah. Because he's already so far being, you know.
There was your Nikon product placement. They were classy with this one. They didn't go for Shasta. They went for Nikon and Cheerios.
Oh.
Nobody listens to him. Like, what if it were a shark, right? Like,
yeah, people will be ate up. Here's the thing. These are Amity townies, right?
I think the season started,
It's just,
but it's just not as busy as it was in the first one because they got sharks in the fucking water. So
this is such a Ghostbusters 2-ish kind of situation where they go back to square one. They act like none of this shit happened before.
mm-hmm.
Like people forgot about little the Kittner boy.
Mm-hmm. Good job. Good job,
Wow.
Martin. Okay, so reminder, nobody knows there's a shark yet, except the people the shark has killed.
Right. So, you killed some bluefish. How could you,
With
Chief?
sodium cyanide.
I'm gonna take my Chief Brody posters off the wall.
That picture that Ellen's got in 4, everybody has it on their wall at home.
Oh yeah.
It's part of their shark
Never coming to this beach again.
memorabilia. So I think the sharpshooter game's in the first movie, actually. I don't think it's in this one.
Yeah, because it was shown, I guess, in one of the quick shots where they show everybody invading the island, right?
Mm-hmm. And the tourist ones. Okay, so here is a sort of father and son callback to the first movie, but it's not charming. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, he's helping him pick up the shells.
The empty shells of his career. But that's kind of as
However,
close.
It does kind of
listen to that
echo into
Empire
4.
music. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
They should have used this.
Yeah, they could have used this as one of the flashbacks.
This would have been fine, except Ellen's not seeing it. Her boss is trying to get his hands on her. So he just got Man of the Year in 75. So.
And everybody's forgotten about it by now.
Yep.
Everybody forgot the reason why.
Maybe the Thanos snap in this universe took all the kids out, aged them up, and snapped them back older.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think you're going to want to take this one, Chief.
Okay. So we're 50 minutes in. Pictures. No, there's an hour and 6 left, except all of that is going to be the next morning. So now we're getting the pictures developed.
All right.
That's one of the co-writers, the developer. But had Hendrix gotten these developed on the right day, who knows what would be happening right now. So all of this is Hendrix's fault for being bad at his job. But funny about it. So the as highly dramatic as you can make picture developing, but great shot there from Butler and Schwark. This is fun, waiting for pictures to develop.
In a dark room.
And then this is one of those movie props where it's unclear what the actor's seeing. Like, I always thought that that's supposed to be the eye up in the corner, but I don't think it
is.
is. Is it?
It is.
Okay. I
That's
mean,
the
I know
eye,
it
and the rest
is, but
is the
is
mouth.
that what he's seeing? Okay.
Yeah, because then he shows the mayor. He's like, "That's the eye."
Okay. I thought he said something else.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm. He might have been in the first movie, the first old guy. It's underwater, isn't it?
See,
Hmm.
what are you talking about, Chief? Are you sick? Uh,
So there are 5 people there, and they're having 3 pots of coffee.
you stupid or something? Oh yeah, Scheider in panic mode.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to that hell again.
I don't know
Yeah.
what they could have made together, but Roy Scheider and William Shatner should have made something together in the early 80s.
Oh yeah. Just some balls to the wall thriller.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, they could have just used him as a Richard Dreyfuss replacement in this.
Oh, funny.
Oh, there's where shit gets real.
Mm-hmm. And they all left their coffees.
Their cups of brim and Sanka.
All right. So now we have the youth hanging out. I always thought this was like a pizza joint because it looks like Carmen's in Evanston.
Doesn't it? Or the old one, anyways.
Mm-hmm. Is that the first time? It is a pizza place. Um, I think that couple we just met a second ago are going to be important.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are they going to the lighthouse?
Hey, look at Kurt Russell's stuntman.
Mm-hmm. So they all hang out at the bar in a pizza place and drink pops and smoke cigarettes. Is that what I'm getting out of this?
Well, it's teenagers.
Okay.
They probably and Mike, he's the square, you know. He's the sheriff's son. Gosh, Donna Wilkes. who probably played a teenager for like a decade.
Probably shouldn't have fallen for that, Mike. You would get into some trouble in a bit. I can't remember how they get from nighttime to daytime though. So yeah, there was a scene where he gets fired and we missed that. Instead, we're getting him going home. And you'll notice his planter is
one of the buoys, the floaters.
Yeah, the barrels from the first movie.
Huh.
And this is shot a little bit like Spielberg.
Yeah.
Family scenes in the first one. Yeah. It's just wasted.
So I take it between when and this and 4, when he gets reinstated at the end, right, or something?
No, there's no resolution to anything with him at the end. It's all in your imagination.
Because they do say he was still chief until a certain point of time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I don't think his name's Jeff in the first one. There's some continuity gaffe with that. Or canon gaffe. Trunk Roy Scheider.
Yeah, drunk, mellowed out Roy Scheider. After we saw him turn to 11.
Well, he thinks his kids are safe, right? Like he doesn't think they would have disobeyed him, not Mike.
Yeah.
The kids are indifferent to their experiences in the first movie and this one.
Yeah, that's another thing, What happened to he may never get into a boat again.
Mm-hmm. I always like this bit. Doesn't he start the first movie talking about they're talking about work at the first movie because they've recently moved in from the city.
Yeah.
But I don't know how he can complain there wasn't enough Roy Scheider in Jaws 2 versus the shark because
all of this is
he gets a 20-minute subplot, right? Like, yeah.
Again, we've already gotten a kind of a master class in Scheider from panic to chill in like
Mm-hmm.
the last few minutes. Oh, okay. So they set out early.
I thought they were going to the okay. got his breath spray. Gonna do absolutely nothing to his hair. And this is kind of it. So we are 62 minutes into the 116-minute movie, and this is where Jaws 2 basically all the plot development stops, and it is now all action as soon as this is the kickoff to that. But it's one of those other things where Shadow's not going to know about any of that going on for quite a while.
Well,
how is he going to make money?
Hmm?
How is he going to make money? Is he going to go to the beach and putz around? That's right. He goes and hangs out with the girls. Mm-hmm. Timmy. Poor Timmy.
Timmy Dynamite. Napoleon's gonna be.
Okay.
There we go.
Complete with some excellent John Williams music. It's time for them to kick off.
What if this was the theme to Santa Claus the movie? No, really? Like,
no, I'm yes.
yeah.
Good music would have helped those movies get away with a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot. Okay, so now we're introducing the lobster divers, which is going to be another set of characters who nobody knows what's going on with them. Because we just introduced them and now we're going to do an underwater
the kill underwater
buffet for the sharks. For the shark. And then that's going to, I think that's when they find out that there's a shark. You get a very playful John Williams piece here. Like, I think that's what I like so much about it too, is it's very varied. Little ET in there. Like, it's just such a strange set of set pieces that he gets to do.
Yeah.
Before the theme comes in, of course.
The Amity Meetup Group.
Pretty much. They bought their Scuba lessons on Groupon. Well, because I mean, Williams doesn't do a lot of thriller music, right? Like
Not really.
most of the scores have like a little bit of it in there, but not in general. They're not, it's not the whole thing.
No.
Is it over yet? Are we ready yet? This is another place where Schwark needed to sort of better establish himself.
Yeah. Although, wait a minute.
Yeah, the shark's going to get him in a second.
Yep. There we go.
There you go. And because you forgot, it's the one from before. Oh shit, that's right. He fucks up. He gets the bends and he can't tell anybody there's a shark.
Oh yeah, because he went up too fast.
Yeah, something like that. So the shark didn't go after any of the other divers, apparently. Is that the guy from the first scene, or are these just... None of us are looking out at the shark fin.
Or the front half of the friggin' shark that's
sticking out of the water there.
Sticking out of the water and shit.
But there we go. It's going after the kids.
Wow. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Jaws meets Tatooine.
Yeah. Williams' score is like basically a co-star at this point.
Oh yeah, and it's just gonna get more once those kids hit the water and don't come in for a while. Yeah. Yeah. Went to work. What a good kid. The weird part about this is, does he think he does believe there's a shark, right? So he's just chill about it. He's just gonna let it eat people.
Yes, as long as his kids aren't out there. As long as his son went to work.
I remember the house in the first one being a lot brighter.
Yeah, it's lit a little different in this. Huh.
Aw, they're such good parents. And
they
Dad's
could afford
booze.
a maid nanny.
Mm-hmm. That would explain his behavior in the last scene. A nice 6-pack to start him off on the way home.
And they still let him drive the the Jeep and shit.
Yeah, I mean, okay, those are the ones from the beach. That's Peter, Brady.
Uh-huh.
I thought there was another set too.
They came on their own, right? They weren't with the other ones when they took off.
No, they're going to meet him there. But they are not the couple who was at the pizza place making kissy face over the table. Okay, so there are the others. We might have just missed.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, I think. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so they are. She's going to be a witness for them for of the shark in a bit.
Yeah. She's gonna be so traumatized.
Mm-hmm. She might even just uncontrollably yell shark. But yeah, even for a water movie, this one spends a lot of time on the water. Or
They
in the
did really
water.
good.
Yeah.
Because it could have just been, tank shit, but this is really out there.
Uh-huh.
Another clip they used on Terror in the Isles.
It is, like you said, it is very much the Michael Myers shark. Like,
Yeah.
I think that
It's
shark's 20 feet long in this one.
huh.
I can't remember. There's like in the first one. Oh, this is rough.
Eh.
Yep. This is bad too.
You almost made it, Eddie.
But wait. Yep.
Oh.
Pulling him hard enough to break the wood.
Yeesh.
All right. So the shark has just eaten. And she's going to lose her shit.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, so I think the driving her to work cutscene sort of echoes to this one because it's earlier.
Right. What the
This one has a lot less. They don't mention how stupid pretty much all the fishermen are in this one a lot. In the first one, they're just morons. Like,
Yeah.
all right.
Oh yeah.
What could have scared him? Okay, so no, the townsfolk don't know that there's a shark until Brody gets back.
Dun dun dun. No, Mike Jackson.
So they actually did make Hendrix acting sheriff. That seems concerning.
Yeah. Well, it's the Andy Griffith episode where Andy gets voted out and Barney becomes the sheriff.
Okay, so there's a lighthouse right over there. We saw another lighthouse. There must there. You just got to know which lighthouse everybody's talking about. The chopper to the lighthouse.
Which one, Chief? Now, in Florida, the Universal Studios Jaws ride, it's turned Amity into Amity Tours. And the original finale was designed to mimic the original finale of the first movie, where the shark is shot and blown up. And they thought it was a little too elaborate because, like I said, the other commentary, the shark attacks the boat and drags the boat, but it was too much on hydraulics and everything. So they altered the finale to basically mimic the end of this movie, where the shark is taken care of by electricity.
Okay.
And it's really cool too, the way they do it. The shark is damaged and he pops up again for one last scare, and he's like all charred and burnt. You can smell it, and oh man, one of the greatest rides ever.
All right. All right, come on, guys. A little bit faster.
Get to the boat.
Ray Scheider's like, I'm not doing a big stunt shot. Somebody else can do that. Where is she?
Right? Because I
feel like we would have seen her in that establishing shot.
Somehow.
And they would have too, especially Hendrix from the top there. Okay. And just
what was
say it, little kid. Just say it.
What happened? Where is Bucky, and what has he had? Who done it?
Dun dun. Brush Shadow was right all the time.
Okay, so maybe that's how he got to be chief again, huh? They sort of rescinded his to make him look good.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple that's left unresolved. So's the shithead developer boss. Like somebody at one point must have thought about having him punch that guy out, and then they either didn't want to bring it back to land or didn't shoot it or what. But like that arc is left completely undone or incomplete, along with him getting to be chief again.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan's a lot more memorable in this than
Some of the rest of them.
yeah. Well, especially since that was kind of his thing, and Christine is they were all so like bland when only John Stockwell was supposed to be playing the bland one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so oh shit, there's a shark.
Move, get out. I'll be damned if one of them says, "What was that?"
Okay, Mike's out of commission.
Which is the worst thing you could do to...
That's the couple.
Oh yeah, those two.
Yeah, those two in the blue. These two, yeah. Whoops. Oh no. Does Timmy not make it?
Somebody doesn't.
Somebody should mention that it's Larry's dad's fault.
Yeah.
Okay, where's Mike at this point? Is he just in the water?
Right, they have to get him out of the water.
Good thing he's wearing his life vest since nobody else is.
Get out of there.
Mm-hmm. What I love is that by this movie, everybody knows exactly what the fin means.
Mm-hmm.
But the only way they would have learned that is by watching Jaws 1.
Okay, here it comes.
All right.
Worst fucking shot. This is it, right? Where... Look at that. Look at that.
That's just how sharks' mouths work. They fold in on each other at the
Fold
top.
upward, yeah.
Oh shit, I don't think that girl makes it. I don't think the one's taking care of Sean makes it. I think that's who goes.
Yeah, that's how
That's fucking sad.
Because that kind of ups the stakes. Because they do get little Sean.
Okay, so they are out of the movie. I think, right?
So far.
Like, do they come back? I don't think they come back.
I thought they get found.
Yeah, Brody might happen across them. We've got 30 more minutes of these kids MacGyvering their way through this situation.
Yeah. Trying to elude the shark.
That's like 2 commercial breaks in TV time. So this is sort of the most memorable sequence of the movie outside of Roy Scheider's breakdown.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all your fault, Donna Wilkes. If you hadn't told him to come out there, he'd be fine. Okay, so I think is that the lighthouse they're talking about, and none of them stopped there?
Right.
So I think that's the same beach, intentionally or not, where the whale came up, right?
Yeah, bring it full circle.
So the kids were all there before when the whale was there, right? Did they drive over?
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think that was the beach where they had a bunch of broken down boats on it at that point, too. Why you got to be an asshole, Junior Vaughn? Cable Junction. Uh-huh.
Oh my God. Jeez.
Feel like there's a story to that beard.
Right. Yeah. He left his brethren behind years ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit! I thought that the helicopter went much later than this.
Right. Oh shit.
I thought that was toward the end. No.
Now the knockoff, The Last Shark, has a scene where the shark takes out a helicopter, but their shark, I think, jumps out of the water and
grabs it.
Just takes it out of the mid float, mid hover, I should say. Yeah.
If he called the Coast Guard first, everything would be fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Notice that the kids haven't been like, there's a fucking shark, dude.
Yeah, they didn't say anything about the damn shark. We're just out here.
Hanging out.
One of our boats is completely capsized and
Okay.
Get your Jaws 2 playset.
Pretty much.
Complete with helicopter.
And come on now. Come
All right,
on,
here we go.
Jaws. Yeah.
Ah!
You damn kids, why didn't you tell me about the shark?
oh, oh. Oh, there go those blades.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that resolves the helicopter subplot.
Yep, that's it.
And now the shark is pissed that somebody tried to help them. So
Right.
it's back.
You damn kids. Do you understand? I'm saving you for later.
Well, when's the last time the shark ate?
Before him?
No, he didn't eat him. He just sank that thing. He didn't get the candy out of
the kid, right?
It ate that one kid, so it's like eating every 45 minutes.
Mm.
There's no they don't establish how long the kids are out there and things like that. Like it's one of the
Okay, here it goes.
Mhm. This is rough.
Yeah. Oh.
And there you go. One bite. One bite.
Life is rough out here at Amity.
There's another deputy that we've never met before. Oh. So he does get some resolution, but he doesn't get punched out. Did she smack him?
She ought to. Wait, they did have an extra scene, didn't they? With there's like a sleazy, not just him, but another guy, right?
Can't remember. Maybe. It did seem like he was in this more, but I don't remember ever actually watching the TV version. I think he just guest starred on stuff and
Because there was a guy, wasn't a
bled
guy
together.
from the dude from that killed Cornelius in Planet of the Apes, right? Wasn't he in this? The soap opera guy?
No, that's 3, right?
Oh, what was this? I thought.
McCorkindale?
Not McCorkindale. There's like another guy. Gosh. The dude from I can't even remember.
Hold on. Deleted scenes. No, but in the deleted scenes, we find out that Mayor Vaughn voted to keep Brody and trust him.
Oh. How you gonna do that? He's just like talking back to him like an asshole.
Really nice photography on this section, though. Just really fucking nice.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like the Brody kids are just like incidental to the.
Right, because from what I'm thinking is, how the fuck do you knock out Mike Brody when this could have been like his sort of,
Right.
heroic
Like,
thing?
why are they in this? Like, they're just there as like,
Right,
but it's not even the same actors. So it's just like,
and this could have happened to any of the rest of these kids out there.
It's just to give Roy Scheider an excuse, a reason to care.
To actually be out there.
No, I don't think. I think Larry makes it.
Okay, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You cool that out.
Ooh, a little scene transition music from Star Wars there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Larry's not so bad after all. Unlike his asshole dad, who we don't know, tried to save Brody's job. Actual prayer scene. Who's the
Isn't she
target?
next?
I think she might be. Who's the target audience for this movie? It's people who are terrified about letting their kids go sailing.
But this is also all the kids that went to go see Jaws over and over again.
Good point. It is the Jaws fans. It is the teenage Jaws fan old enough to see themselves represented on screen. They have to do a Jaws game where you're Brody and you've got to find the kids, but it's the open sea and you don't know shit. So you just happen upon them, but otherwise you don't find them and they die. So Mike waking up was not important enough for a scene.
Right. Because he was knocked the hell out. Wasn't he bleeding?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't tell the kids. He didn't warn anybody of his suspicions. Okay.
And also in the finale of the ride, Cable Junction is where the boat is supposed to like dock and have an emergency stop so people could get off.
Yeah, you go take a shit on the rocks. It's fine. You gotta go, you gotta go. He's finally got a good idea. Didn't you see the movie? It gets attracted by. Yeah, this movie only makes sense if they saw The Last Shark.
Oh,
This is the other thing that they don't. They play with it here, but it's not like a. It's not like a regular sort of Jaws thing. Is that people don't know what else is going on in the water besides the shark, so it could be a thing. Doesn't one of them just start yelling, "Shut up"? No. Okay. What? What are we supposed to hear? Oh, we don't hear it yet. But now we do. I can see Sean's got great vision. So presumably that means Sean doesn't know that his dad lost his job.
uh-uh.
Cable Junction looks a little bit like it's on its way to the town in Popeye.
Right? They should start singing the Sweet Haven song.
They really did make a lot of movies on water in the late 80s or late 70s and early 80s. Like,
Right? Jaws, Popeye, and gosh, there's so many of them.
eventually they learned to just do them in tanks. Boom, shark.
Ruff, 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 ruff.
Just happened to get the
Like the
wire.
lines.
Yeah. Boom, time for Brody to crash. And for them not to use a stuntman for it. just just don't have anybody in the shot.
Yeah, this whole entire sequence is the last half of an episode of like fucking Baywatch 15 years from this.
Baywatch did a shark episode, right? I vaguely remember that they did
They-
a shark episode and made a big deal out of it.
Yeah, they did one early on where one of the lifeguards gets ate. I think it was the first season too.
Hmm. When it was more legit.
Yeah, when it was actually on a network.
Hmm. I wonder if we've seen anything in the movie before that's gonna come back here and present a solution. Oh, look, it's the
Yep.
line. Ooh, a little slow motion to show us it was hard to tear away. What they should have done is they should have had the other dude, the developer dude, should have had a son that Brody like didn't want to save or something. It was just like,
Yeah,
like not trying too hard.
another smarmy kid. Is it me or did they shoot the shark in reverse? Because it looks so dry.
Mm.
I don't know if it's what it's made
Oh
of
yeah,
in
she
this
gets it
one, but
now. The that one underwater shot was clearly live shark inserted. Oh, she makes it, doesn't she?
I don't know.
Mm. Oh my goodness, Donna Wilkes.
Right? Oh yeah, she makes it then.
Little Raiders music here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second.
Got an idea.
It's a giant power line.
And it's live.
They got him to do this thing. Like, if this were a Schwarzenegger movie, that'd be a stunt man.
Right. Big old stuntman with a Schwarzenegger wig on. Like on some commando shit. Oh God.
I like how it didn't have its mouth open and then it opens its mouth. It's like,
Yeah, then it just said creak creak.
okay, because the ichthyologist lady told him sharks are attracted to sound. So that means this very slow moving shark is going to turn and go. In some ways, Donna Wilkes is kind of like a proto final girl. Like she's
Could have been.
certainly in it with the most focus like that toward the end.
Yeah. She could have been a good one if she did more of those.
Come on. I wonder if they timed that when editing it when X amount of people got bored waiting for the shark to show up. The shark, they're like, all right, shark can show up now. Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't have a line for this one, does he?
Mm,
Oh yeah, yeah. Right?
what does it say? Open wide.
Open wide. There you go. Say
And one of those wonderful Jaws rapid cuts.
wow.
They really should have done a shot of all the power going off in Amity.
Sean smiles maniacally.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there goes another one in the books for you, Brody. Like, how is he not known as a badass shark killer after this?
Right. I don't know though. Based on Poltergeist 3, the property guy could be like, he just convinced all those kids there was a shark. We didn't see it.
Yeah, he
It's
just
mass
convinced everybody
hysteria.
there was a shark.
And then we get
This
our
mass
very
hypnosis
mass
he puts
hypno-
on everyone.
He's fine now. Aw.
Ah, come on, Joey Lawrence. There we go.
Yep. Nice little
Good.
John
We've
Williams closer and
wrapped the story up and
end credits over some more action with some nice shots. Yeah, so Joe Al shot second unit on it, so he'll
yeah, that's part of why it matches so well.
Live shark photography. Those are the same people who did the first one, but they did a lot more in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And
I thought I read somewhere that a lot of their live shark footage in this was just outtakes and unused.
I think so. I think it's just from the first one. Here's a nice. It's just such a nice echo to the first one's.
Oh yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
Wow.
And the poster for this, with your Indiana Jones there, though, but the poster for this was like the shark fin over like a sunset.
I actually like that one.
Yeah.
As opposed to what the mainstream one was.
But then this is your way of tying that into the poster with this impossibly long shot up to.
Oh yeah.
Eventually we get there, right? Yep.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And there's some birds, just like in the first one. And a return to our theme. All right. Some quick read through on our trivia here from IMDb. Cable Junction was a set. The planter we noticed. Many scenes were shot in the fall-winter months. As such, the actors had to suck ice cubes prior to takes to avoid having their breath being seen.
Wow.
Scheider didn't want to make the movie, but he'd left production on The Deer Hunter, and they made him do it. Let's see.
Rated PG.
According to Spielberg, the original sequel idea had the sons of Quint and Brody hunting a new shark. Nobody seems to agree with him on that. There were fake leaves on the trees, just like in Halloween. Spielberg and Richard Dreyfuss direct and star, but they were working on Close Encounters. Briefly, the highest grossing sequel until Rocky 2 came out the next year. The sharks from the original movie had rotted behind sheds on the lower lot of Universal Studios since the first one, and they used the frame.
But that's also another bit of trivia. The death of the Jaws Revenge shark that rotted on a lot of Universal Florida as part of their tour. It stayed there on the outside, and year after year, there's a video on YouTube where they show the deterioration of that too.
The lighthouse was one of those not real buildings constructed just for the set. What else have we got here? Some product placement things. So the original version, directed by John D. Hancock, resulted in residents of Martha's Vineyard wearing Universal Go Home t-shirts. Somewhere in Time was made because Universal Pictures owed Jeannot Schwartz a favor, since this was the biggest hit for them that year. Scheider was upset that they spent so much time on the kids. Nice. Really gracious there, dude. Some more stuff about how different it was originally. The shitty developer plays in more. Let's see. Until the mid-90s, the movie was on Daily Variety's list of top 10 box office hits of all time.
See, remember those lists? Remember when like 48 Hours would make
the
money,
20
biggest
or whatever,
money?
Yeah. It's a lot more interesting than now, when it's just whatever the latest one is. It's just seeing where it fits in the top whatever. Although he's not seen in the film's final act, the publicity still exists of Mayor Vaughn consoling a distraught Ellen Brody. So that might have resolved Brody's job. Originally was going to be rated R if the body count was not decreased.
Oh, so that meant another disposable kid had to die.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it were made nowadays, Jaws 2 would have been a Blumhouse movie.
Second of 3 movies, adaptations or related to Peter Benchley novels produced by Brown and Zanuck. First was Jaws. The third is The Island, that Michael Caine shit show. Also, The Deep was one of those other movies, that water movies from this era. People really liked making water movies.
Really? Yeah.
The original act, Ricky Schroeder was the original Sean Brody.
Oh, you're
and
kidding.
He was let go when Jeannot Schwartz took over.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
He reads lips. You ever watch those old episodes of Silver Spoon?
Oh, my God. Dana Eclair was originally cast as Len Peterson, the shitty
land
developer, except when he had to be flirty. When they rewrote it so the character was flirty with Ellen Brody, they recast it to somebody else because they didn't think Dana Eclair could do it. That's fucking mean. The interior shot of the teen hangout was filmed in an original location of the Hog's Breath Saloon on Oskaloosa Island. The restaurant was relocated to Florida, as the original was susceptible to hurricane damage. Scan of the ocean. After the scene where the buoy washed up, or where the orca washed up, there's a scene at the beach with the buoy from the opening Jaws sequence in the first one, foreshadowing that it was all going to start again. So, I mean, you know, Jaws 2's fine. Like, how are you gonna make a sequel to Jaws? I don't know, like that, I guess. Like, it's got a lot of.
That's the neatest possible way you could do it, without, you know, it's one of those sequels where it's like, damn it, because it's not like nowadays where somehow you commit the entire cast for the sequel,
or that you have an idea for it already, or something like that. Because there was no Jaws 2 book. Trying to think, sequels at this point, you had The Godfather Part 2, but then you had like action movie sequels. Like you'd had a couple more Dirty Harrys at this point, but like sequels weren't the thing that they would become in the 80s or that they are now, right? So it's like they were still sort of figuring out how to do it.
They would have to like literally think of, okay, where are we taking this story to? Like you say, as opposed to already having it mapped out. Because even they even said Back to the Future, that ending of the first movie, they had no part 2.
Right.
Thought of. They were just saying, okay, this is off to another adventure.
Right.
And,
that's why it took them 4 years to come up with or 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, with those sort of constraints, Jaws 2 does fine. Like, what are you going to do?
It's all right. It's not, you could do a lot worse. You could be Jaws Revenge.
You could be Jaws the Revenge, but also by the time Spielberg got around to doing a sequel, it's not like Temple of Doom's very good. Just saying.
Doom compared to Raiders is not good, but it's still damned entertaining. You just don't. It's the difference between, like, Spielberg did it again, years later with Jurassic Park, and then The Lost World was so, I would say The Lost World is more or less the Temple of Doom of the Jurassic Park.
It kind of is, right? Yeah.
I remember seeing it for the first time I saw it. I was like, Spielberg did this shit?
That's after, that's when he was even more serious doing stuff.
Right, he was doing serious shit at that point. And then it was like, dude, really? And to me, I didn't hate it either. But, it was very much like you go from what Jurassic Park was to Lost World, which is, that sort of balls to the wall. We already seen the dinos. Let's just do this.
Whereas, and Gino Schwartz said that about this, is he's like, everybody knows there's a shark. I can't not show them a shark. So, it'd be nice to have had a resolution for Brody and the wife and that sort of thing, but apparently not.
No.
You could have had her come out on the boat, man. You could have had her and Vaughn go out and get him or something with Hendrix, picking up Mike along the way, and then they could have a big family reunion at the end and do a body count. So, what else have we got for Jaws 2? Anything?
Not much else. It's a very neat, serviceable, bland
It's very
sequel.
pretty. It's a very pretty movie.
It's a good-looking movie.
Good looking.
And it's just, it's one of those, it found new life. Thank you, Ted Turner, because if not for all those countless repeats and reruns of it, it would kind of get forgotten. It's among the fan base. I know a lot of people like to think of it as the good sequel, but it's bland,
It lacks. I mean, and they even they reduce the personality. They spread it out between all the teens at the end, right? Because it is, finally the teens on Shark Buffet and things like that.
Yeah.
So they keep it. I mean, it's well cast enough, right? Like, it's not a shitty.
Nobody's bad
teen movie.
Nobody's really bad in it. It's just serviceable, as they would say, or as Leonard Maltin.
Yes, he did like saying it was serviceable sequel to the original. Has Sheriff Brody,
once
freaking
again
out
tackling with a menacing shark to the coastal community of Amity Island or something.
Period. Filmed on location in Martha's Vineyard.
A solid 2.5 stars probably.
No shit, man. He gave this 1.5. I'll bet. Hold on.
Really?
Are we going to introduce this to the? Let's see how quietly I can do this. Our next thing here. Writing a better Maltin than Maltin writes. All right. Let's take a look here.
Because his highest, without it being completely 4 or 3, is usually just 2.5. That means it's good.
I think he gives it. I'm going to bet on 2. You're betting on 2.5. The only problem with this is it ruins it for next time. You are entirely correct, sir. 2.5. Just when you thought it was safe to turn on your TV set again, here comes another gratuitous sequel. The shark scenes deliver the goods, but Robert Shaw and Richard Dreyfuss are sorely needed when the film is on land.
Wow.
Robert Shaw was on land in the first movie for one scene. I'll just point out. All right. So there you go. 2.5.
Damn.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not looking to see what next time's is. I don't know how we're going to do this going forward, but we'll figure out a way to keep the Maltons a surprise. Okay. So speaking of next time, we will be tackling Jaws 3D, not in 3D. Yes. Directed by Joe Alves, the second unit director from this film, starring Dennis Quaid, Lou Gossett Jr., Bess Armstrong, Simon McCorkindale,
Mr. Manimal himself,
and John Pooch as Sean Brody, and Leah Thompson.
Leah Thompson. I think that's her first major movie.
It might be an introducing type thing. And so the kids will jump ahead in age quite a bit again. So and the adventure is in SeaWorld. So, or no, it's not called SeaWorld though, but we'll find out next time. But that'll be what we're watching next time. And
till then, Amity Island is closed and we'll be traveling to SeaWorld.
Yes.
So get your what's his name? Shamu hats ready and all that fancy stuff.
They have dolphins at this one. I don't think they have a whale.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, the dolphins.
Yeah.
But Shamu is like
that's
what
the poor bastard that they abuse out in California, right?
Mm-hmm, exactly.
The next Jaws movie make that journey ought to be about they had to relaunch Jaws where it's a shark fighting back against poor treatment.
Dude, it's Jaws versus Orca.
Well, just cross your fingers it's not Jaws versus Dom Toretto. And on that note,
yeah, don't tempt them. We're already probably going to do a Bring It On crossover or some shit.
American Pie, Jaws.
American Pie. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Killing
remake Jaws 2.
One by one. Yeah. Killing every single one of them. That would be great.
Remake Jaws 2 with the American Pie cast.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Night, everybody.
Night, y'all. Hello and welcome back to 709 Meridian Cycle 3. And here we are with the third film in our quadrilogy. As always, I am D, and this is
Andrew.
And we're doing the Jaws films for our Cycle 3, Season 3 commentary run. And yeah, we're doing the big one here, Jaws 3. I'm hyped.
Yep. I'm very excited. I think the last time I saw this, some fucking guy did a fan cut of this. And for my birthday a few years ago, I took the day off to watch this, and I will never watch another fucking fan cut again in my life. So I was very disappointed. So I'm very excited to go back to Jaws 3. And let's see what else. There is an unsynced commentary version of this. So if you don't want to watch along, you can just listen. And that's in the podcast feed as well as on YouTube. So if you don't want to watch along, that's all good.
That's that option.
We're not watching in 3D, unfortunately, but
and even without 3D, you know
where the 3D is, right? Like,
yeah, some of these effects are clearly, hey, here's what's coming at you.
All right. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, play.
All right, we've got the...
Okay, we actually do have a different Universal logo. We've got the 3D logo.
3D Universal logo.
Yeah, that's
ding,
cool.
Ding.
Oh, the 3D titles are fucking jank though. Like, it's kind of okay because Jaws 2 doesn't really have very classy opening titles, but they're classier than this.
Well, yeah.
The 3D title phenomenon sort of set movie titling back a few years in the early 80s.
Yeah.
It's like Superman, but we spent $4.60 on it.
Just so it could come right at you.
But then we just missed it. We had a little bit of the not Jaws theme. There we go. Little predatory yell there. But in the background there, we had a little bit of Alan Parker's themes, which are not the thrill themes. He has some very, very nice music in this one. But yeah, I presume that would be floating in front of my face, and it would be gross because it's a
That's
decapitated
exactly what you want to
fish.
see.
Yep.
Your
That is
first.
a long shot too. Like,
Here we go.
there we go. Jaws 3D.
Which came in at the early 80s of the, 3D revival.
Yep.
Jaws 3D, Friday the 13th 3D, Amityville
3D. What else?
3D. Well, I remember to me the biggest thing was Creature from the Black Lagoon. Remember? That was on TV.
That was on TV.
You could get your glasses from 7-Eleven.
But were there any other? Was there any sci-fi in 3D? I can't remember.
Oh, that animated movie. Star Chaser.
Okay, so you just had Shark Theme by John Williams. Otherwise, this is going to be Alan Parker.
Completely.
Love this fucking soundtrack. Like,
it is really good.
Yeah. Like, he gets it. There's all sorts of
suggested by the novel, Jaws.
Right. The characters created by Richard Matheson and Carl Gottlieb, who co-wrote 1 and 2, but Richard Matheson is no
directed by Mr. Joe Alves.
Yeah. Matheson wrote a bunch of Twilight Zones and Incredible Shrinking Man, wrote a bunch of novels. Like, he's no slouch. So we're just Shark right off, right? Like, it's not even like the last one. Leah Thompson.
Yeah, Leah Thompson.
This the beefcake over there is going to figure in. So this was 83, so 2 years before Back to the Future.
Yeah. Are they going to make it?
There's no more like pretending in this one. It's not trying to be classy. It's just trying to be
no. Because when the shark attacks, it's coming right at you.
Yeah, it's just trying to be a joke. That's not what the twist is going to be. We'll see what that is, but so yes, so it is SeaWorld. SeaWorld, Florida somewhere.
Mm-hmm. This is your establishing life.
Yes, at the not theme park. Well, it is kind of a theme park, right? Like,
yeah, because now it does have like roller coasters and shit.
So,
which is cool as hell.
we get a bunch of introduction to the later sets, later set pieces. It's kind of like a disaster. It's more of a disaster movie setup, right? Like,
Yeah, very much, very Irwin Allen-esque. There we
and
go.
here we go. Lou Gossett Jr. as Calvin Bouchard.
Calvin Bouchard.
Just waiting for him to say something.
Right?
Oh shit, see, we don't get it yet. Instead, we've got the shark. And the shark is gonna make it through the gates, I think.
Just it right before.
Uh-oh.
Look at hard ticket to Hawaii over here.
So yeah, this is here we go.
It's shot nice.
Oh yeah. Especially considering the 3D cameras were not like
Yeah.
as nice as a Panavision.
Panavision, yeah.
Yeah.
This is after the Oscar, isn't it?
I think that was 82.
Yeah.
I wonder who had the idea for this. Like, was it the movie or was it Lou Gossett Jr.?
Well, his name carried weight.
Yes.
People were at this point going to see it because he was in it. Here we have Dennis Quaid.
Yep. So this is before Mr. Meg Ryan. Sort of at this point, his biggest hit would have still been Breaking Away. So it's Breaking Away is Dennis Quaid on his own. And it's going to be really relaxed, personable performance. Like, it's incredibly different from what Lance Guest, being a jackass in the next one. Okay, so the dolphins.
Oh, damn dolphins.
But yeah, since they're shooting at SeaWorld, they can do a lot more easy water shots.
Yeah. It's like the Baywatch SeaWorld special.
Right. Everybody gets around all the time. All right.
Uh-huh.
So here's the start of the Jaws 3 love theme, which is awesome. We get to it in a bit, but this is the sort of it's fun to work at SeaWorld with animals music. Like, I mean,
it's kind of sinking into it, though. You can hear it.
Yeah. The other ones don't really have that aspect, even though they take place in a vacation town. Like, there's not a lot of fun to them. The second one, obviously, with the teenagers is different, but like, the Chiefs say, miserable bastard.
I remember there was a lot of coverage of this movie back in the day. You know, they had a lot of behind the scenes.
Right. Well, I mean, it was 5 years after the last one, so this was a big, and no Roy Scheider.
It was a
So,
tent pole.
Yeah. 3D, like,
Yeah. HBO ran the hell out of it too.
But you got the cute couple here. So one of the funny things, on the Flash TV show, when they adapt the Firestorm arc, they basically duplicate this relationship exactly. The guy is like an engineering construction guy, and the girl's like a scientist, and it really does feel like they're doing Jaws 3 Mike and Kay setup. Trying
There
to
we
remember. There you
Mr.
go.
Manimal himself, Simon McCorkindale.
Now you would think that Manimal's rather infamous failure would have followed him around, but not really. He was
Well, they brought him back.
British for hire.
They brought him back for what was it? Nightman? Nightman had a Manimal crossover.
Good grief. Glenn Larson. Okay, so here's the brother.
Who looks like a guest star from a sitcom from back then.
I think that's about all John Pooch did. Though I think he went into like theater direction in LA or something, but like I don't remember what he did, but he did not stick with the acting. He's somebody's kid. I thought he was somebody's kid, like some actress from the 60s' kid. All right. This isn't some classy Jaws movie. We get some shark action every, 7 minutes in this one. We're not messing around.
Malibu Express over here. His days are numbered.
Hey, just listen to the music. Nope, not that music. Uh-oh. He's making sound underwater. We learned last time that that's important.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Our little Jaws eating montage, too. Oh, and a floating arm.
3D.
Ooh, scary.
Look at that arm.
Well, it's so weird because it's like it's in 3D and so they slow it down, right? Like, pay attention.
Okay, so it's establishing that shark is not getting out of there because he's locked in the caged area.
Yep. So in the 50s, Universal's Creature from the Black Lagoon series had one of these. They capture the shark and they take it to a aquarium thing.
Yeah, I think that was
Walks Among Us?
Creature Walks Among Us, yeah.
And so it I don't know, it always just seemed like it fit to me. Like,
that's a very good reason why this one is decent. It's more entertaining than Jaws 2. I mean, like I always say, it's a good monster movie, but it's a shitty Jaws sequel.
Right. So now we get there's a bunch of exposition about what's happened to the kids since the Jaws movie or whatever. So, but he's spending the most time ever with Bess Armstrong, and they're introducing Leah Thompson to everybody. So it's like they get away with their expository dumps. And it's just like, the likable slasher movie cast, right? Like this is still pre-Nightmare on Elm Street. So it's like this was still the era where the kids mattered in Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Definitely after Friday 13th Part 2, where some of the characters are really more broadly drawn out. And then 3, they were given personalities. So this is around definitely that time. Shift to the younger folks.
Mm-hmm.
Because they knew who was, buying the tickets to this stuff.
Beer. That beverage that you just drink in the movies, and it's only ever called beer. You couldn't
Beer, right.
get Michelob to agree to.
Oh, you can use the bottle. You better not say that name.
So we're not going to have any of the romantic turmoil of Jaws 2. The ladies just can't keep their hands off of Sean in this one.
Right.
But these two guys who are going to go into the lagoon, and they're stealing precious coral or something. It's just like the setting provides for a lot more. Mm-hmm.
Cannon fodder.
Yeah, like it's not like 1 or 2 where people know these characters. They're in a wide enough area now that the shark can kill strangers. Like
basically anybody who dares.
Could have happened in 4, except they didn't have enough shark attacks.
No. 4 was a drama.
But I'm trying to think, like, yeah, this is just one of those. I mean,
this is very Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like a PG early slasher movie, right? Like
disposable, just kind of victims.
Okay. So now we're going to get to the love theme section. And this is where I was like, the first time I saw this, I remember distinctly being like, people don't like this movie. Like, why wouldn't you like it's like, like, why wouldn't you like, I don't get it. Like, though sort of couples hero movies are not really a thing. But yes.
Yeah.
Here we get the lovely. There we go. Some exposition. The shark attack 8 years ago in Amity. No mention of Jaws 2. So.
Right. The second shark that would have kept us the hell away from the water.
My dad's the same way. That'll be our mention, I think, of Martin. That's it. I also like Bess Armstrong. Like, I feel like she got a bum rap.
She never got to be what she could have been. She was always good in whatever she was in.
Yeah, it's just she was always in the sort
I
of
don't
like
ever think I've seen her bad in anything.
yeah. But it's like High Road to China is actually fine. Like it's, discount Indiana Jones, but it's also fine. Like
and of course Lace.
I think I have yet to see Lace. She was also in the Four Seasons, right? Like I think that's where she got her start. So it's just also a weird time that like early 80s, there was still like the acting, proving yourself through soaps and shit like that. Like Demi Moore was a soap star for a second. Like it was
but it was always people you didn't expect to leave the soaps, and like because you always thought it would be like the
leads,
those major,
but no,
and they never left. Some of those folks, it was always somebody was there, maybe a season or two,
and then they were off to breaking through. I mean, Christopher Reeve,
and he was a theater guy too.
Yep. So just a totally different, like you also didn't break out as young and shit like that. Like,
I know this dude had like a family tie somewhere in his.
Oh yeah, he probably had some family. He was probably a Mallory boy date, and I think he went on to at least one Star Trek alien makeup thing. Like,
definitely a Star Trek.
Yeah. But like he's not dumb, dope. Like
he's a good old boy.
Yeah.
That explains the hat.
Yeah. It's fine. Okay. So it always did bother me. This clearly is not shot in the same place.
No. They might have gone back to Universal for this one.
But there is the sound. Like, I mean, it's like that's kind of the thing is that I don't understand the digs on this. Like, it's not competently produced, right? Like, it's always in focus when there's sound, diegetic sound that some of the characters would need to hear. The other characters hear it. Like, it's not. There's a lot more incompetent shit that people give a lot more credit. But I think it is just that, Jaws 2 comes off as like not Jaws 1, but still like a legit sequel. So.
Yeah. And because it came so close after, it came during the phenomenon. This was very much, what can we make off of this?
Right. It was a later cash grab. Originally, I forgot to mention this. It was going to be called Jaws 3 People Zero, and it was going to be a spoof. Yeah. So, yeah, this was some of the other great ideas Universal had at the time. They shot Smokey is the Bandit with Jackie
Smokey
Gleason.
Is the Bandit with Jackie Gleason as both parts.
Playing both parts, and then had to recut it because nobody got it, and that has never been released.
But they have a trailer that surfaced. They're pretty dry.
Mm-hmm. He's scared of the water, though. They were just like,
Yeah, waist below.
yeah, they were just testing it. It's the nicest Mike is ever to his brother in one of these fucking movies. There we go.
Down goes another one.
There were some other movies with big undersea sequences at this point, right? Like Never Say Never Again has a lot of undersea shit. So like it's one of those, we haven't really returned to it after, oh no, Sphere and Deep Blue Sea, but I don't think there's been any sort of resurgence of it since then.
Recently, they did The Meg.
Yeah.
And that's getting a sequel, I guess. But,
Yeah.
They don't, yeah, there was that whole, remember late 80s, they did
1989.
back-to-backs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There were like
Deep
six
Star
of them.
6. Deep Star 6, Leviathan.
The Abyss.
The Abyss.
And then there were 3 dirt cheap ones too. Lords of the Deep, something else. So it was just very much the phenomenon.
See, everybody's just
it's
fine
just
and dandy.
They're just fun people to hang out with, even if they do have old fucking donuts on their shelf for some reason.
Yeah, old ass Dunkin' Donuts box.
Okay, so in that shot, we've got Dunkin' Donuts, Wheaties, and Tropicana.
Didn't 7-Eleven have cups?
I don't know. Keep me off eBay looking for them. I had to fucking buy the 2-disc soundtrack used because I didn't know it came out. That was not those fucking entradas or whatever they are. Those aren't cheap once they go out of print.
I swear there was another big promo for this. I think maybe they had trading cards too.
Oh yeah, they had trading cards. Yeah. So yeah, I mean this was also the era of the trading card, right? Like,
oh yeah, everything had trading cards. E.T., Goonies, Gremlins.
Gremlins 2 had them still. Batman,
yeah.
I don't think did Star Wars had them. Yeah. Or at least Return of the Jedi did.
Because a lot of those card sets gave away like original shit.
Simon Corkindale's a sexist pig.
Stuff that never made it to those movies.
Is it Halloween? Are you talking about Is It Halloween? Simon McCorkindale is kind of like
British Dirk Benedict.
Well, he's kind of like a tall Michael York type, right? Like,
Mhm.
also people really didn't like the dolphins, right? Like,
Yeah, they were annoying.
I mean,
Ow.
have we seen Jar Jar Binks? Like, annoying, annoying side characters. That is that is a fucked up. Those are some fucked up pictures, man. Looks like a Bond henchman.
78 Doctor Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Malibu Express. This,
All right, so now we get to some of the set piece stuff. The effects. They have a
mhm.
mini sub, which they sort of bring back in 4, which was
Oh, definitely.
interesting, but they don't bring it back with the amazing composite shots we're going to get in this because it's a 3D thing.
Right.
I mean,
You're going to see it kind of floating around. And
this is like this is a disaster movie post Airplane where they're like, oh, we can just use those special effects and play it straight, right? Like,
yeah. And they were kind of lacking at this point. You know, how long has it been since the arm?
mm-hmm. But there you go.
Yep.
Now they're the rocks. The people are probably
These
closer to
Viewmaster
us.
effects.
Very exciting. I mean, the funny part about not quite look at that. Did you see the fucking like
Yeah, the bottom.
Not quite Captain Kirk looking at the Enterprise. But that's kind of the funny thing is like no special effects movies from the early 80s that didn't have ILM were any good except for Star Trek. And that's because they hired what's his face away from it and shit. Like,
Oh, yeah.
just because the technology existed, nobody knew how to do it except ILM. And that would be the case for 10 years. Like,
Oh, wow.
uh-huh.
A pirate ship.
Oh, yeah. Oscar the
This isn't Disney World you guys ran into? The old submarine ride? See that?
was that a 3D shot, I wonder?
Yeah, had to have been. They lingered too long. Damn dolphins.
What's what's so funny about the Dennis Quaid Mike Brody is there's no way that Mike Brody would ever be like this well adjusted with Martin as his dad, right? Like he's just way too laid back. Like,
Yeah, this is almost like, I guess they did sort of retcon out 2 because he's just too normal.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of, I'm trying to think, mainstream, not shit budget, so not Starship Troopers, not shit budget sequel that breaks continuity this much. This would be the equivalent of Godfather 3 being a spin-off starring John Travolta as like the bastard grandson, but nobody else from the original movies is in it, right? Like boom. Really shitty shark. So that's kind of the thing about this movie is that like
This one in particular, look at that.
It's got great sets. It's got some cool underwater stuff with actors.
Yeah.
It's got them riding on dolphins like
The big Aquaman getaway.
yeah. But the shark effects are terrible, and it just doesn't matter because like disaster movies, if they had good special effects, that's fine, but like plenty of disaster movies are just fine without good special effects.
This one in particular is bad because I don't believe they made an actual they didn't make a whole shark for this.
Not a full-size one, I don't think. We'll see some models later, but no, I don't think they did. They were overconfident in their ability to use miniatures post Star Wars and Empire and shit. All right. Boom. I don't know. Maybe they make a baby shark in this one.
They make a baby, the small one, but they don't make the big one. Definitely not.
Calvin Bouchard should have been a franchise. Just him fucking up businesses, right? Like
just everywhere. They keep handing them different franchises to run. Calvin Bouchard running Six Flags and shit.
5 years ago, I'd say you could still do it, but I feel like Picasso Jr. is too old.
Yeah, now, yeah. If they'd have got him before Tyler Perry got to him.
Okay, so now we're going to get to the subplot of we're going to film the shark and sell it, which seems like a bad idea, but they're going to do it because Calvin Bouchard wants to make a buck.
All you see is dollar signs in his cha-ching, cha-ching.
Just some movie where Bess Armstrong and Richard Dreyfuss are sitting at a bar drinking, bitching about like the Brodies. Mario Van Peebles comes in at the end, right? Like you're supporting cripe. What are they called? Ichthyologist cast, right? Like evil Dabney Coleman over there.
Yeah.
Like
evil
he's
British
like
Dabney Coleman.
He's like a mix of Dabney Coleman and what's his face from
Ryan Brown.
I was gonna say what's today's from Commando.
Oh, Vernon Wells.
Yeah. Everybody's smoking cigarettes because it's 1983. Like,
Right. It looks like Ghostbusters and shit.
not quite as exciting as Roy Scheider. Oh wow, but I bet
Look at
like
that.
getting
Wow.
squirted in the face.
That was the money shot, folks.
Uh-huh. Trying to think what other disastery movies you would have after this.
Hmm.
Yeah, I always say that Die Hard has a lot of disaster movie elements to it, and especially the second one. But like by this time, Irwin Allen was doing TV movies. It's surprising he never did a TV movie shark attack thing, but maybe.
Wasn't he always doing airplane shit?
He did something called Cave In. He did one called like Heat Stroke, where it was just too hot. Like the TV movies are just like did not fight like.
Well, you can't go big on TV.
No,
So
especially not back then.
yeah, you couldn't do Earthquake, any of that shit. And when you think about Die Hard, it's kind of a sideways towering inferno.
Mm-hmm. It's a disaster movie without the disaster, exactly.
Right.
But I mean, then the second one, they're on the plane, they're on the ground, they're in the control room. It's like it follows
The
that
airport
sort
is
of.
under siege.
There's a reporter around. It's like the beats of a disaster movie.
Mm-hmm. Cast of thousands.
Here we go. Calvin just agreed with the good guys, so that's important. Except, I think, is this the point where Shitty Dabney Coleman takes one anyway? Like he's got the backup? Because that's going to be a thing. Oh, that
this is
might
where they
be
catch it, the small one.
This is where they catch the small one. Shh, we're giving it away. This is the only Jaws movie with two sharks, though, right?
Yeah. Well, there's questionably 4, but well.
So there'd be 5.
Mm. Don't get 8.
I think the other thing I always liked about the two of them is that she does her job and he does his, and like they don't bicker about. Like they're both like good at their jobs, right? It's so like that's kind of the thing.
She's not trying to tell him how to do what he does,
and he's not telling her she can't handle the Jaws hunting and shit. Like it's not.
Yeah. There's not too much conflict between them.
No, they're just a hero couple, which is not like a still not a thing. At least in movies. It's kind of like Heart to Heart without any money and sharks, I guess, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. You need more of those.
Yeah.
When they came together, it was mighty.
Oh, wow. Ron Howard's uncle there. If you've never seen, listener, if you've never seen late 70s Ron Howard with his mustache, you need to do some Googling.
Oh no, he did the Welcome Home episodes.
With the mustache?
Happy Days, yeah.
He had the mustache in American Graffiti too.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah. You owe it to yourself to see what that looks like.
He held on to that shit for a minute.
Yeah, and then he was just one of those guys who just grew like, yeah, it's hard to explain the 80s and mustaches. All right. So
there's a lot of stock footage of the shark.
boom, there we go.
There we go.
3D. Okay, so they don't have barrels on them. Instead, they've got balloons on them. Oh, she got him.
A lot of National Geographic footage going because of the lack of actual shark, mechanical shark.
Yeah. I wonder if it was just too hard with the 3D, if it was...
I don't think it was budget.
I don't know, though, because it's getting, like, this is not going to be a cheap finale.
Because they wasn't a lot of it spent on the 3D, the cameras and all that shit.
The cameras would have been really expensive and shit like that. And yeah, we're not even to the big 3D sequences yet. Like the shark hasn't really been in 3D. Lou Gossett Jr. is concerned, right? Like it's just... Everybody's...
It's like, fuck y'all. It's a film, okay.
I think they just let Lou Gossett just mug his way through the scene, and it works out, man. Like Lou Gossett Jr. is a Cajun entrepreneur, like I said. Okay, so here's some kind of a shark, but it's asleep, so it doesn't have to be very detailed.
This paper mache shark, like. Oh God. Look at that shit.
It's flat. It's actually, I think it's too much.
Like they're keeping it down to keep it from floating.
Mm-hmm. They put some fins on like a foam thing.
Oh, see that? They could nurse the shark together.
Yep, there's... He's going to like it so much after he dumps her, he's going to go into the school himself, move to the Bahamas with his new wife, and have his own sequel. This is also from the era where Florida still meant like redneck. Like, that didn't last through the 90s.
Not really.
I mean, unless you were doing something about like the Klan, right? Like, it established that Florida rednecks were a big problem by the 90s.
Hey, it's Shamu.
Shamu doesn't, they mention him before, but he doesn't appear anywhere, I don't think.
No.
They got
Not
the
actual Shamu, I don't think.
Oh,
wait.
Never mind.
That could be Shamu. Marvelous. It's the intro to 3-2-1 Contact.
This is family preview weekend. Don't they use that for Jurassic Park 5 or 4? Isn't Jurassic World
the original?
No, because that's
that's
the
right. That was the test
limited
run.
team. I think that Jurassic World uses that.
Yeah. Family, yep. Maybe we could have a coupon day.
Was Lucas Jr. in 3D in that shot? Because
the flowers.
Okay, so Lucas Jr. is not going to listen to Bess Armstrong, and he's going to put the great white shark on display at SeaWorld.
Oh, look at that boat.
Mm-hmm. And look at who's driving it.
That boat is a boat equivalent of a pimp car.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Grand Marquis boat. The El Tornado boat.
Is there a pig mascot to SeaWorld or
SeaWorld used to have a lot of shit. SeaWorld had the DC Comics stunt show for a long time. They said it in the comic books advertised.
But that wasn't in 3D, was it? Like, so
might be in 3D.
We're getting the same thing of you're getting a special behind the scenes, or you're getting to see SeaWorld shit. So you should go down there and
everything that's not licensed,
right,
is going on.
This actually reminds me a lot of Creature from the Black Lagoon. I think there are like...
Here we go.
Yeah. So presumably some of this was in 3D, but like... Was it really everything but the ocean?
Yeah.
This is where they are in an undersea haunted house that reminds of shit. What's that Doug McClure one where they go
3D. Doug McClure.
Yeah, it was like War Gods of the Deep or something. Had really crappy special effects and parts. Romantic drama. Because at this point, they don't know that the sharks attacked anyone. They don't know
No, they
about
still
the
don't
guys
know.
on the boat, and they haven't found Shelby Overman yet. Great white shark.
Hey, what's that shark doing?
And boom. Gotta keep the shark healthy. The more it goes out of the water, the worse the model looks.
The fucker is so stiff.
Now we find out that Simon McCorkindale cares too. That's a bad sign.
Look at Beavis back there.
Mm-hmm. It's not a glamorous day for
Florida
extras.
citizens there.
Uh-huh. Florida man.
Yeah, for sure. Well, no more shark.
So does she have a showdown with Lou Gossett Jr.? I can't remember. I don't
Oh, this is where
know because yeah,
the real deal shows up.
yeah. So we are 58 minutes in, which means there are 40 minutes left. And starting with them getting on the water here, that's basically about it's going to be we're going to kick off the action here.
They don't even have those anymore.
I mean,
I think they used to have those at Six Flags.
yeah, the bumper boats. And then there were the places that would have bumper boats, but it was like in a very contained area. So you bump a lot more. So it wasn't like a boat thing. It was just the bumping.
You just, boom. You know, everywhere you moved, somebody would just hit you.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in the disaster movie thing, it sets up the set. The setting is important, and the setting in 1 and 2 isn't important like this. Boom. Yes, body. They didn't cut that well, but some guy freaked out and pushed her against the glass.
Her into the.
Come on. Oh, that's right. She realizes that it's a shark attack. Gross. Ooh, something coming out of his mouth. And
Oof.
some hair on that Andy Robinson lookalike over there.
It's not one of the guys from Emergency, is it?
And then she freaks out.
Mm-hmm. Because the bite radius. Don't forget the bite radius.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no way that little shark did that kind of damage.
No.
That's they're assuming that we are smart enough to pick up on that, but they will tell Calvin Bouchard that in a scene. Okay, so like they were in the foreground and the rest was in the background. Seriously, they thought that was a good 3D thing to do. Fake looking fucking fish things.
Look at
Like,
that shit.
Jesus. Okay.
Sharks don't like that. Marine segregation.
So this is the thing though, like you can't give Lou Gossett only one Academy Award for doing this thing, right? Because then every other time he does it, he doesn't get an Academy Award.
No. Bevel.
Did he ever play another Cajun? I want to see
I don't
whatever
think so.
it is.
No. Yeah.
Because by the 90s, he didn't do shit like that anymore.
No, he had like a ton of Iron Eagles under his belt.
Yeah, he basically, he just was Cappy, but like, or whatever the guy's name was, but like.
Okay, here comes the greatest line in the movie. When she tells him about the bite radius. Okay, here it comes.
Uh-huh.
The damn shark's mother?
Right? And like, how?
Oh, wow. And it knew exactly where they were.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Where's that shot? There's a shot coming up that Roger Corman would have said no to.
Hey. It's Florida, not Hawaii, but hey, why not, right?
Right. We get to see more of more SeaWorld attractions. Yeah, dude. No, because those were Native American from Florida dressed up in a combination Hawaiian.
No, those were Cubano.
Good God. I mean, that's probably very accurate for what SeaWorld was like, right? Like, okay, is this guy going to bump into him because he's an asshole? Is it one of those movies?
Yeah, there we go.
Yep. Stole his
Hawaiian
popcorn
Punch.
truck. Bum.
Is that product placement? Is that Hawaiian Punch?
I don't know, man, but if Richard Lester had directed this, that would have been the start of a 15-minute fucking slapstick sequence.
Popcorn all over the place. Whoa.
Dabney Coleman's just trying to help, man.
Get out of the water. Get the bloody hell out. Oh.
It's got a control room. Like, it's got monitors. What more do you want from a fucking 80s movie than control room and monitors, plus location shooting, where there's no way they would have ever been able to put all that shit together if they weren't shooting it at SeaWorld.
Stop the engine, Chuck. Get out of the water.
This is his Chief Brody moment. I think this is going to be so this is obviously a trailer moment.
This was a trailer shot.
They've been promising us this for but also it's different because everybody knows there's a fucking shark in one of these movies for once, instead of everybody arguing about it. Like, there's no Murray Hamilton here. Like,
well, there's an equivalent too, because Lou Gossett kind of plays both sides.
Yeah, but not once the shark starts causing trouble.
Mm-hmm. He's a little more helpful.
Yeah. So that shark's big enough that it can eat, like, they always can eat you in a single bite, but that shark should be able to get two people in. I don't remember what the body count is in this. I don't think it's that big. Because
none of them get it, right?
No.
But for some reason,
somebody gets hurt.
Oh, wait.
No?
Yeah, Leah Thompson gets hurt.
Yep.
But how do you go from... Oh, there we go. She falls in.
Dude. They sort of don't pay attention to it, but that dude hit them again to knock them into the water. Like... And giant shark.
See how it went out and pulled right back in? I guess that's all they had was the head.
Oh, you got some blood.
What the hell is that?
Okay.
Okay, somebody else is
get it?
hurt.
You're assuming that's blood. Somebody could have shit the water.
So only 3 actual victims at this point.
Yeah.
The 2 divers, Malibu Express.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Because, it's a giant monster, like, or we don't know that yet, but it's about to be a giant monster movie. Like, it's not a... Gross. Thanks.
Yeah. And fuck them dolphins.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. We call that one God's will.
Look at them.
Look how they're looking. Look at how they're looking at him. They're just like, okay. How much? What do you want from a movie that has a grown man in Oshkosh bagoshes? Okay, because like this is when this movie is from. It's when grown men wore Oshkosh bagoshes in movies. Like, leave it alone.
Oh man. He's dressed like a My Buddy doll. What the fuck? Shit.
All right, so he's not paying attention, but here we go. Giant shark composite shot.
Will Vinton's claymation shark attack.
Mhm. It makes you wonder though, like, what if they had gone to ILM? Like, that would have been the smart move.
Yeah, it could have at least made it somewhat reasonably
I think
realistic
ILM
looking.
did The Abyss. I think maybe they did The Abyss, but that would have been their last or their first undersea adventure, I think. Unless they did Atlantis and fucking Splash or something. All right, so now they're getting locked in. Oh man, did you see that guy in the cutoff? Ew.
See, I told you that shit was very much an early 80s.
But then they tried to bring it back. Why?
Yeah, they brought it back a little later.
Uncredited extras in Panic.
You see, some of them are laughing. Right. Now shut up. Look at the old man laughing in the back.
It is like a very cool and collected tour guide. They could use her at Jurassic World.
This is, Jurassic World fucking stole a lot from this.
Yeah, that always pisses me off when shit steals from the derided entry or whatever. It's like, really? Oh, it sucks, but you aped it.
More product placement.
Coca-Cola.
And the very shapely behind of Bess Armstrong here. Very nice shot.
I'm not sure you should be smoking in there.
No, it's the 80s.
Okay, is this a 3D shot too?
It shouldn't be.
Okay, so they just resolved their romantic drama. They're going to go off to the Bahamas together. And he's going to go back to school or something.
Oh. NBC's got it covered. Two deputies from the Disney Sheriff's Office.
So people are being evacuated from the Undersea Kingdom. So it is just a disaster movie at this point with a giant shark thrown in. Like,
they've been trapped under there for hours at this point. I'll be mad as hell. Suing the park.
mm-hmm.
Oh, people, assholes down there pissed in the water.
Right? I wonder if the people who did that shot were like, we're going to be famous for this forever. For this scene.
Doesn't it seem like there's a lot less people in there than it was before?
So, is this the only Jaws movie that has two separate shark hunts? I think so.
Yeah.
Unless you count the idiots in the harbor in the first one. But otherwise.
Yeah, this is two dedicated shark hunts.
Mm-hmm. Dueling shark hunting philosophies here. She's smoking again? Jesus.
Actually, they said he was very much on the booger sugar at the time, too.
Yeah, he got cleaned up in the late 80s. And then once he and Meg Ryan broke up, he slowly went to shit in other ways. But yeah, this was the first sort of attempt at Dennis Quaid's career. Like, he only really ended up taking a couple years off. Like, you forget how fast this stuff turned around back then. Because Inner Space was 87.
Yeah. He had a pretty good run.
Yeah.
Like, where he was one of the few that turned himself around for him, you know?
Yeah.
That other one nobody remembers with John Goodman, Everybody's All American. That shit was fucking great.
There's that one. Yeah. That was after he turned himself around, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that was late 80s.
Yeah.
DOA. Big Easy. Yeah.
But it's like
Enemy Mine.
Yeah. Enemy Mine was like right in the middle of it. It was like there's before Enemy Mine and after Enemy Mine. And it's like that's a weird ass fucking career separation point. But that's sort of when it became clear he could do the sort of the
right
discount Harrison Ford.
TJ Maxx Harrison Ford.
Mm-hmm. When at this point, he's just Dennis Quaid from Breaking Away and other movies type thing. Like, it's not.
He's Dennis Quaid, not Kurt Russell.
I hate to say it, but you could probably make a pretty cool Jaws movie now. Just special effects wise, like
effects wise, yeah. But even with what we have, stupid Sci-Fi Channel keeps doing dumb shit like Sharknado.
There's no way to do a good one, but like not
the
bad.
Meg could have been good.
Yeah.
That could have been really good, but
Deep Blue Sea was not really good.
All you watch it for is the Sam scene, and then after that, you don't even have to watch the rest. Okay. That should have just been the end of it.
Here we go. So they're using sound to attract Mother, by the way. Mm-hmm. That shitty model.
Ugh.
Just like People will come for the 3D. It doesn't matter what we do. That might be the only shot that there's a shark. The shark models with a person.
Oh man.
Things have not hit worst case yet, so. They don't have any lines. They're extras who should have lines, but they don't get lines. Or maybe the guy gets a line at some point.
No, she rattled off some
Did she? Okay.
technical.
I feel like he
jibber-jabber.
gets a line later on.
Nothing significant.
What a great rope. You would think if you were an international undersea British guy, you'd have a better rope. Oh, shit. I forgot which one died. Oh, spoiler. Sorry. One of them dies. Look at this fucking stupid thing.
This is when Simon gets it.
Yeah. I forgot. I thought it was the other guy. But then
So apparently the shark sucked him in.
Yep.
As opposed to just getting straight ate up.
Not biting him, but is swallowing him whole. So that means that he will dissolve in its whatever.
Yeah.
Though, as we learn in Jaws 1, sharks have a very slow digestive system. So he's in there with some license plates. It's kind of surprising that SeaWorld let them, if not disparage the brand, imply that your vacation to SeaWorld could end with a giant shark
attack.
killing you.
Trapped underwater somewhere. I don't know why you going, white girl.
We just missed his line too, so he's got a side card. Okay, so now she's going to help Dennis Quaid, who is welding stuff. Presumably, that was not a 3D shot and just teasing one, which is an interesting choice. Oh, wow. Some great special effects. Okay, now we get the resolution to this subplot. This is where we find out Simon Corkindale didn't make it. There we go. That's what it is. He's the nephew. Just a show with Calvin Bouchard being a shitty boss to them and just being fucking just their coffee breaks, right? Like after shift. Just them
I said
talking
15
shit.
minutes. God, look at him trying to muster up emotion.
I feel like that's the scene where other people who they approached with that part were like, no, I'm not. I'm not doing it. Sorry. Mm. Come on, Sharky.
Now get the hell out of there.
Trying to think what else has control room sequences. Jurassic Park.
Any airport movie. Or like we said earlier, Die Hard 2.
Yeah. The shark is now backing out in reverse, which might not be possible. Like, if sharks have to, I think sharks have to keep swimming. Well, that might be one of those, like, they sort of need to keep moving, but I don't think they go in reverse.
I wonder how big that one is that they're using for all those shots.
Well, we'll see if it looks like. Oh man, that is such a bad. So this is a 35-foot long shark, which it is gigantic compared to any of the other ones. And now the dolphins are going to fuck with it. Also, the shark isn't moving. Oh my God, they're poking it. I forgot about this. They're actually poking it.
Hey.
Hey now, that is rude.
Oh.
What about a spin-off cartoon about the dolphins? They could talk on it.
Well, that's what the whole Jaws cartoon would be then. But then again, Jaws would be turned into a good guy shark. That would help the humans.
That's its tooth? Jaws with a lot of complicated machinery.
This shark too is somewhat seeking revenge.
Yes, this one is seeking revenge about the baby. It's not seeking revenge because he's a Brody. But yeah, I mean, the shark in Jaws 2 was seeking revenge because it's sensed that Brody had killed that they'd killed the shark. 4, obviously. So they're all basically Jaws the Revenge.
Yeah, they're all some shark exacting some form of revenge.
What they should have done is have Brody go on vacation with the family in the second one, and he happens across a shark. Should have done the Die Hard version of a Jaws.
Yeah. Why is this always happening to us?
Did we establish that there was a bench they could sit on, or has the water been lowering and we missed it?
Yeah, the water lowered.
Okay.
Yeah, let me out.
So they are safe and presumably not going to sue. Okay, here we go.
The grand finale here.
Slow motion. And
here it goes.
Come on. 3D. Yeah.
3D.
Glass breaking in 3D.
That's actually pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
The room filling up.
Yep. Oh shit! Does anybody save the lady?
He does.
Hell yeah, he does.
His nephew, not so lucky.
Nephew. The cut scene where Calvin Bouchard's exploded.
Oh wow!
That's a fucking. He gives his sister the foot. He's like, here, I saved his Adidas. There you go. There's your stop motion. Oh shit, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Because he wasn't swallowed all the way.
Right. It's like the Alien director's cut where they find Tom Skerritt, except fucking Simon McCorkindale's still alive in there.
Music's not bad though.
No, I don't feel like Alan Parker did a lot of other stuff, but he does a good job.
So they were willing to be down there and blow up with the shark then, because ain't really much way outside of there.
No, they're a selfless hero couple. Boom. Hiding under a desk underwater. It's one way to do an explosion. Boom.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, there you go. There the teeth.
There you go.
Flying out
Jaws.
of you. Jaws. 3D. Fading out. How does that even work? How would that have even looked that they faded out on the thing? Okay. So it's another ocean movie that ends with people happily surfacing, which also happens
sunrise.
Also happens in The Abyss and Leviathan.
Mm-hmm.
But do those movies have
happy dolphins
surviving the ordeal? No, they don't. And it's okay. Look at it do. It does the spin on its own.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. See Cindy and Sandy the next time you're at fucking SeaWorld. Oh God, that's in 3D.
Yeesh. That looks so bad.
That might have been better on video where they cropped out the dolphins.
Right. Or any old print from TV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the DVD of this is from, because they have it out now, I think 3D on Blu-ray, and it's like the technology, nobody maintained the technology needed to convert from early 80s 3D well. So
More Star Trek
film works.
credit.
Fast going credits too. They are hurrying their way through.
Let's get you folks out of these theaters and into the next movie.
Right. Alan Parker previously did music for British television was all he had done. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, Wikipedia is nice enough to link to Revenge of the Creature or whatever. So they know what's up. Okay, trivia.
Soundtrack available on MCA.
Yep, I had the tape. I still have it, actually. I still have the tape somewhere. Trivia. The studio pushed for more 3D. They wanted it to not be shitty, but
Aerovision 3D. SeaWorld, Shamu, Cindy, Sandy, trademarks of SeaWorld.
Very fast cast list there. A few people are using its first name character, first name of the actor, because why bother with more? Okay, let's see. David Brown and Richard D. Zanuck originally pitched the spoof idea based on a suggestion by Matty Simmons and John Hughes. When Steven Spielberg heard of it, he threatened to walk on the deal with his deal with Universal, and then Zanuck and Brown quit the studio or something. Let's see. Shark's 10 feet longer than other movies. Dennis Quaid once referred to the movie as I was in Jaws what? Highest grossing opening for a 3D movie until Spy Kids 3.
Damn.
Yep.
Wow.
In later interviews, screenwriter Richard Matheson claimed the film was bedeviled by script doctors who ruined the central premise of a great white shark swimming upstream and becoming trapped in a lake. So very, very Creature from the Black Lagoon. Okay, so here's the list of 3D movies in the early 80s cycle. Star Chaser, Metal Storm, The Destruction of Jared Sin, Parasite, Amityville, Coming At Ya, and Space Hunter was 3D, and then also Treasure of the Four Crowns. What else? Only Jaws movie not to be directly made by Universal Pictures, made by Alan Landsberg Productions.
Oh, yeah, we saw that at the tail end there.
Dennis Quaid picked a fight at the bar for asking, for somebody asking Leigh Thompson for her autograph. Dennis Quaid says he was high during every shot. The Gordon Trueblood original storyline is the Jaws. Oh, original storyline was not pitched as a Jaws sequel, but turned into one after Jaws 3 People Zero. Okay.
See?
Peter Firth and David Warner passed on Philip Fitzroyce. So David Warner wouldn't do this. Here's some shitty IMDb trivia. When Mike is walking with Kay along the beach and he refers to the shark attack in Amity that she was told about, this is a direct reference to the sailboat attack in Jaws 2. No, it's not.
No.
Nope. It refers to the shark attack in Jaws 1. So there you go. Okay, so that's the rundown on IMDb trivia there. Not a lot of that. Now let's hit up our Leonard Maltin review here. What are you going to bet Leonard gave it?
Either a star or a star and a half.
He doesn't do stars. So Maltin's bomb, 1.5. No, he's got no one. He combines
probably 1.5.
Okay, you think so? Let's see. I got to get a good year here. 93, I'll have it. Come on. Where is it? How does the alphabet work? Okay, Jaws 3D, 2 stars. Fuck yeah, Leonard Maltin. Fuck yeah. Road company Irwin Allen type disaster, unrelated to first 2 Jaws except by contrivance. This time a shark's on the loose in Florida SeaWorld. Does this make it an unofficial remake of Revenge of the Creature? Might play on TV, but in theaters, its only real assets were excellent 3D effects that we did not see. Holy shit, he also gave Jaws 4 2 stars. So,
damn. Really?
Yeah.
I would think he would give that a bomb.
You would think.
Shit.
Yeah. So since we didn't read this on the first episode, here's the Jaws 4. 2 stars. Watchable but mediocre retread of Jaws the 4th time around. With Gary as the widow of Sheriff Scheider from the original film, who's convinced that the great white shark is deliberately seeking out and killing off members of her family. Marginal movie is really sunk by its stupid, abrupt finale. Kane is wasted in frivolous supporting role set mostly in the Bahamas. So there you go. If you've never experienced just reading a Maltin guide, I highly recommend it. Okay. So Jaws 3D, man. I dig me Jaws 3D. I still do. I don't care.
Yeah. I make no apologies either. It is what it is. It's
It is what it is, and what
great.
it is.
It's entertaining as hell.
Right. Like, if you went to see this in theaters in 1983, this was a lot more satisfying of an experience than something like Superman 3. Let's just be honest. Like,
yeah,
you got your $3 tickets worth with this one.
It just has summer movie written all over it. Just fun summer movie.
And it's just from a bad era of special effects, right? Like, people hadn't given up on trying to do special effects movies yet. They would. Like, you forget that, or I think collectively we forget that in between, say, E.T., or not E.T. because I was 82, but so from like 84 to 94, nobody tried to do special effects shit except for Spielberg, Lucas, and Cameron coming in at the end, right? Like, other than that, it took until Roland Emmerich finally convinced somebody to give him some money for them to start, for you to start seeing blockbuster special effects. So there you go. Star Trek being an exception because they had ILM special effects. So if you weren't ILM, I guess is what I'm saying.
Star Trek throughout the 80s, those were tentpole. That was that people forget those were kind of the equivalent of like what we see as MCU now.
That was your only series with that many sort of interconnected entries, because once,
with the exception of like slasher movies like Friday the 13th,
right? But those, like Nightmare on Elm Street, had more continuity but not in cast, right? But not in cast. And then the Indiana Jones movies did separate adventures. They weren't like, and I mean, even the Star Wars movies, there's a break in between the action of them. It's not like your Rockies or Karate Kids that it picks up immediately after. It took a long time for people to figure out how to make movie series. Like, it's really kind of weird.
Yeah.
And some of it is definitely Sylvester Stallone's fault.
All the damn Rockies.
Mm-hmm. All of it taken. Like, what year does Rocky actually take place? Like 1980 or something? Like the whole series?
Well, the first one specific, don't it take place?
The first one takes place in 76 because
you can't even, when you watch them, honestly, you could take 1 and 2 and say, hey, that's a complete movie for itself. And then once you go to 3, 4, 5, it's kind of weird.
Pick up right after the other one.
Yeah.
So if he's defending the title in 77 or whatever, right? Like that would mean that the next one is 78 and the next one's 79. And
by the time you get to Rocky 5, it should be 82.
Right.
81, 82.
Right. And it's like, no, it's 1990, man. Like
he's literally watching Christmas Vacation on TV and shit.
Right. The Karate Kid movies are the same way. They take place over like a year, the 3 of them.
Yeah, within months of each other, because 2 and 3, 3 picks up this like right after they get back from 2, despite the fact that Daniel did a lot of healthy eating over there in Okinawa. Because that's the one where Machio has a gut.
All right. So next time we will be talking about Jaws the original.
We'll be wrapping up our season.
And so that's on tap. I don't know.
Teasing what we do next.
Yes.
Where we go next.
Indeed. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is Jaws 3 streaming anywhere? Like, don't stop with 2. Watch your Jaws.
Right. Give 3 another shot.
Yeah, give 3 a shot.
3 is damned entertaining, and you do a lot worse than Jaws 3, basically.
Exactly.
But I mean, if you're gonna watch any Jaws movie, and you've seen 1 and 2 too many damn times,
3's what you got. It's your
That's
giant
right.
shark movie. All right. Well, thanks for listening, everyone. Sorry that I think we zoned and just watched a lot of Jaws 3, as one does, because how can you not just watch Lou Gossett Jr.?
Right. Lou Gossett Jr. is on fire in this movie.
It's a shame that Enemy Mine had no Jaws 3 references. It really should have.
None.
No. All right. I don't know. What was the Jaws' tagline? I don't even remember. The first
For this one?
No, the first one. As we set up next time.
Oh, I don't even remember what the first one was. Because 2 was,
just when you thought it was safe to go back.
That's when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, and that set it all off. But the first one, I don't know.
Oh, wow. Okay. Amity Island had everything.
Oh.
Clear skies, gentle surf, warm water. People flocked there every summer. It was the perfect feeding ground. So, here we go. So that's a very Spielberg-y one. But then on IMDb, there's a bunch of...
narrated by Percy Rodriguez or Adolph Caesar.
There's a bunch of taglines on IMDb. There is a creature alive. This was in the trailer. There was a creature alive today that has survived millions of years of evolution without change, without passion, without logic. It lives to kill. A mindless eating machine. It will attack and devour anything. Try to imagine meeting the devil, like in The Exorcist, with Jaws.
Oh,
yep.
There you go.
They managed to tie it into The Exorcist.
Tie it into The Exorcist, because up to that point,
that was
the scariest movie in history.
All right. So that's next time, folks. Until then, stay out of the water.
We're staying out of the water and closing up 80s Florida SeaWorld and heading back to good old Amity Island.
Back to the 70s. All right. Night, everybody.
Night, y'all. Hello. And welcome, folks, to 709 Meridian. We're swarming into season three. And this is a big one, folks. We're going to take on the Jaws films. So welcome. I'm D, and this is Andrew.
Hello.
And we're back with season 3, and we're tackling the Jaws franchise, starting with the infamous Jaws the Revenge.
Jaws the Revenge. This is the readily available home video format, everyone who wants to watch along. It is not, we did not track down the theatrical cut, which we will discuss when we get to the end, but this is just the regular version that's been available since, I guess.
Yeah, since VHS days.
VHS, right? Like,
this is the only one I remember.
Yeah.
I didn't see the other ending till TBS or something.
AMC. AMC is apparently the ones who played it, and it's unclear if they did it intentionally. But we're getting
they didn't know.
Yeah. Okay, so if you do not want to listen along or watch along with the movie, you can listen to the unsynchronized version of the episode, which is available on the podcast in your podcast player or on the YouTube channel. So that'll be presumably shorter as we watch agog at the masterfulness of Jaws the Revenge.
Oh, yeah. Brace yourselves, kids.
All right. So ready when you are.
All righty.
Okay. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. Play.
Universal logo looking its age at this point.
Yeah. It kind of... We were a few years off from the new one, right?
Yeah.
But not many. Only was that 89 or 90? Because it was pre...
90 was the anniversary, which the one I loved.
That kicked it off. Yeah, the anniversary one kicked it off. Okay, so a Joseph Sargent film. So trivia to start. Joseph Sargent directed the pilot episode of Kojak. Wow, look at how much they spent on those titles. Jesus Christ.
And we're only using bits of Williams' theme.
But so Joseph Sargent directed the Kojak pilot movie, Marcus Nelson Murders, I think it's called. Lorraine Gary starred in it. That's what Spielberg saw her in that had him bring her in to test for Jaws. So unclear if she's happy about that connection. Judith Barisi as Thea, the grandchild. Lynn Whitfield arguably went on to one of the better careers out of this.
Yeah. E.B.'s Mitchell Anderson.
There we go. Michael Caine as Hoagie. So this is Michael Small did the music. I feel like Michael Small might have done the music for something that didn't suck, but I could be wrong.
See, special credit for John Williams.
Yep. As we go through, what is this, Amity Harbor?
Yeah, he's a little too close to the shore.
Now, some of this was filmed at Universal Studios Florida, right?
Yes. Okay. Yes. This Florida, not yet, because this is 87.
Okay.
So definitely the finale, I'll point it out.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of this is Universal Hollywood. Because I think
produced and directed by Joseph Sargent. Okay, that's some interesting trivia. I didn't realize he was that involved.
Oh yeah. I think Universal Florida was under construction at this point still.
Yuck.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, what the?
this is weird.
Did you see the speed up?
Yeah. So this was 9 years after Jaws 2 and 87, 4 years after Jaws 3. So you do not have the any of the returning cast from Jaws 3. So Jaws 3 is out of continuity.
Right.
What's this guy's name?
That's Mitchell Anderson.
That's Mitchell Anderson. Okay.
TV's Mitchell Anderson. He, played a lot of troubled teens. And
Okay. I was going to say he played a date rapist on 90210.
I think he might have, one of them. Or an abusive boyfriend. Oh, the old Brodies.
Oh, God, that's right. There's going to be flashbacks to them sitting at the table.
Yeah. It's Christmas time in Amity.
Is there like an unbilled cameo from somebody else from 2, or am I making that up in my head? Maybe just
they're going to go to the sheriff's office, right?
Okay, we'll see. It? Aren't they cute? Don't you like really care about these characters?
Yeah.
I remember you telling me about that picture in high school. You were just like, that's all that the Roy Scheider is. There's a picture of him on the wall. It's bullshit. She might have been from one of the other ones. Maybe.
I think she was from the first one, maybe.
Yeah.
Look at that property of Universal Studios.
From Jaws 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Roy Scheider as Chief Brody.
Special appearance.
God. Even the picture is like, good luck, guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing is, though, it's not, I mean, Roy Scheider was doing some canon movies at this point, so it's not like his career was in a great spot, but even he was like,
he refused this flat out.
Not doing Jaws.
No.
So we are 6 minutes into this movie, by the way, everyone. And so this movie runs 89 to 92 minutes, depending on what you want to believe. But I think it's about 90 flat. So we're still just
establishing.
We got a ornate, elaborate Christmas thing here for absolutely no reason.
Okay, this is definitely, I want to say this for sure is Universal.
He's not scared of the water.
This could be the Jaws tank at Universal.
Wouldn't we have seen the Christmas decorations in the first shot when they were going into the town?
Yeah.
Okay.
But guess who's behind the camera there?
Oh, yeah, we definitely would have seen them.
This, I think, is location, maybe. I can't really, because it's dark.
Yeah, this is how they solved their problem with how do you do a cheapskate movie on the water? You do it in the dark.
Yeah. That's why I say it could or it couldn't be Universal. the lot because the Jaws town doubles as the Murder, She Wrote set too.
Okay. And I mean, Joseph Sargent directed a bunch of stuff for Universal TV. He also directed Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. So this was not he did not, this was not a cool end to his career. I think this was definitely his last theatrical thing. He might have done some other TV movies after this.
So
now sharks can...
The shark, right.
The shark has to be moving. Just, okay. Oh, shit. Did it bite off his arm really fakely?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it did. Oh, wow. Yep. So that is his hand in his pocket.
Clearly,
you can just see it.
Clearly see him tucking his other arm.
Ooh. This was PG or PG-13?
PG-13, I believe.
Okay. And nobody in town cares.
Wow.
Just really good special effects.
They're just splicing the same
clip.
clip.
Exactly. Isn't that what that was pioneered, of course, in Piranha, directed by Joe Dante, right? Did Dante direct that? Oh shit, is he still alive?
Joe Dante?
No, him.
Oh, him? Oh, yeah.
Sean Brody.
Sean Brody goes down.
Along with the ship. Just as good as the opening of the original Jaws. All right.
Yeesh.
This would have been a perfect place for Jeffrey Kramer to cameo.
Right.
I thought you'd want his gun.
His gun and belt and a box. Yeesh.
So I was gonna try to cram read the Jaws 4 novelization by Hank Searles, which is actually about a voodoo shark. The shark is someone who's mad at, I think, what's the other Brody boy? Shit. This
Mike.
one. Mike Brody.
Yeah.
Michael.
Good old Lance
Michael.
Guest.
Yes. You're continuing your Universal connection. This is what happens if you're a star of Universal Pictures. Yeah. You end
Universal
up in Jaws 4.
Actor.
Oh yes, that lady in the center there. She was the on the town board in 2, in the center shot there.
Yeah, the one with the and she was in the first one too.
Yes, I think, and she was like one of the few returning people between 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this cute little kid.
Poor little kid.
Uncle Sean is dead, you know. That's how we deal with that's how we show precocious in children in 80s movies.
Now, this is definitely location.
Yeah. But what I don't remember about the novelization, besides that it's a voodoo shark, is there like much more character development with the Brody family? Because it feels like they include, because it's a big long voodoo shark plot. Like the voodoo priest has a whole like half the novel belongs to him. Ooh. And so he's like a main character in it. So I think it was just because there was no fucking story otherwise.
It
But I
was
did not read it.
it was King Willie from Predator 2.
Pretty much. And I think he lives at the end. I can't remember.
Oh wow. Oh, she's just falling apart, eh?
Yep.
While we're at it, close the beaches. Glad
The
we didn't tell you
voodoo.
about what happened at SeaWorld. What?
Oh, this is so good.
It's just great drama. This is such a Lifetime movie right now.
I don't know though.
This was a Lifetime
Like
movie.
the terrible dialogue. I'm just thinking about the Martha scene from Batman versus Superman.
Oh
right?
God.
Would you get away?
Yeah.
Could you get away with Jaws the Revenge after DC movies, right? Like,
Oh.
I mean, Fast and the Furious, right? So
Yeah, well, Fast and Furious is for a particular crowd. Oh, I love Brian Piccolo. And I want you to love him too.
oh, was he sad and running? Okay. He was sad and running.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there are not that many people in Amity.
No.
Like little kids like, why the fuck are you crying, Grandma? Oh shit, here we go.
Here we go. It's all sepia tone. Didn't she walk in on it and like she
She
throughout
watching
this
it.
movie she would just like flash back to stuff scenes where she wasn't even there.
It's too bad that they didn't just out of the blue, because in the original Jaws book, she has an affair with Richard Dreyfuss. They should have retconned that in for this. And she has these weird like flashbacks to Dreyfuss.
That would be mean as hell.
I think it might be in continuity in the Jaws 2 novelization. Like, I remember Jaws 2 and 4 of the books being fine. Like, certainly not like this movie, but
Oh no.
they're such a cute family. Well, it's just kind of sad because I mean they put so much work into that in 2 and 3
Yeah.
and 1 and 2. Like it was one of the like
Well, this is, anytime you get to 4 in any franchise, it's like you're either good as the first 3 or you just suck from this point on.
best 4th movie is obviously Star Trek. But
Yeah,
what else comes close?
right. There's not, well, gotta shave points off for Feltman, but Friday the 13th 4 wasn't bad.
Okay.
That was supposed to be the final chapter.
And it's 4 might be the nightmare I like the most. I like a weird one of those ones the most. I can't remember which one.
3 and 4 Nightmare. 5 is where that really fell off.
Think about how sad this is that uh-huh. Oh shit, there's Michael Caine.
Michael Caine.
She's so precocious.
Yeah. You know,
I remember the wife in this does better than she needs to.
well, wasn't this it for her?
I
Like
think
when an
so.
actress like
Tess
her
Harper, yeah.
signs on to Jaws 4,
Right.
she's just saying, okay, I'm part of this franchise now.
Okay. Okay. What's this montage for? Oh, good grief.
There is a lot of time killing in this. My melodious voice.
He's serenading them. Okay. How did Lance Guest stay so enthusiastic for these movies?
I think it's because he's a dependable worker. You know?
That
Think
kid
about
ran
it.
out there fast.
Right.
Get away from the water.
Yeah. Damn, she's on the rope and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that lady?
Oh, God.
Grandma said, let the shark have dark meat today.
Jesus.
Damn. Little girl. It's like, what the?
Okay, come on, Brodies. What are we doing in here?
Oh.
Oh, that's right. It's her shark art.
You know, it looks a lot like that thing that used to be in front of the state building, right?
Yeah. Is she going to flash back to the photo from Jaws? That publicity shot?
Yeah, publicity shot of Roy Scheider.
Yeah. And the
This
teeth.
time it just got blood splattered on it or something.
Okay, so now she's swimming, though.
No, this is a nightmare.
Oh, is it? Okay.
This is one of many. Because there's no way in hell she would be. See, look at that. Same clips of when little Shawnee was killed.
Sound effects. Poor kid's got to take care of her own Grammy. Tell the kids you're okay, man. Like, come on.
Right? Let a kid standing next to your bed all night.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Oh god.
Man.
So
Meet Jake, folks. Played by Mario Van Peebles.
how old was he in this?
He was a good mid to late
he was
20s.
30. Oh shit.
30?
I was gonna cut him some slack. No, he was
Right.
30.
Well, yeah, because he at this point he was when did Sonny Spoon come out?
Mm,
And I keep saying, Mario Van Peebles was slept on, but then you come to this shit. It's like,
wow.
well, his dad wasn't his dad in the original, right?
No.
Had a cameo.
Did he?
Yeah,
What?
he was one of the boaters who went to go out and kill the shark. I think I could be wrong, but it was uncredited. But
Are they gonna Are they gonna hug? They're gonna hug, aren't they? I'm not seeing that. You might have.
no, they didn't
he has
hug.
he has an uncredited cameo in this. He's the mayor in this.
In this?
Yes.
I'd have sworn he was in the first one.
Okay, so there's Lynn Whitfield, who actually
yeah.
did go on to
Looking gorgeous in that dress.
a career
Wow.
for a bit. Okay, did she?
Awkward.
No, we're not going to talk about it.
Wow. A kid who instantly says thank you.
Well, since grandma doesn't actually talk, they need to fill it in with the kid talking.
Yeah, I don't know if we should mention it yet, but poor little what's her face met a
What?
grim fate in
Are you
real
serious?
life. I swear to God. Little Judith Barcy.
Holy shit, that's terrible. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So the poltergeist curse for this
Right.
fucking
I was
thing
just
too.
about to say that shit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but yeah. Just so if anybody's watching and wondering why we haven't mentioned it yet,
Oh no, when it started, I was like, I wonder what she's doing now.
Oh wow.
Whoops. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, it was.
You know what we're doing.
Super tragic.
Okay. Oh, damn.
Oh my God. Was that a hand puppet?
That's a good looking shark.
Yeah.
Shark was done by Jim Henson Studios, folks. They should just fucking go for it. The shark crawls up on land and bites her.
Yeah, the shark should already have arms or something.
That's
that aged
weird
well,
too.
too.
Yeah. I'm gonna stare at the water and ignore the child.
Right, wake up, Grandma.
Oh my god.
Snap out of it. Wow.
Did we ever address the fact that it sounds like the parents have a god awful abusive marriage? Look at the product placement. They were so proud to get Shasta on board.
Shasta.
I thought that the kid knew Michael Caine from the other times she would have flown in his plane on the island, but like, I guess
They
not.
should.
Yeah.
She should. But because Hoagie's like been around for a while, so.
Mm-hmm. The parents know him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's so bad that none of this character stuff is in any way interesting or
Just absolute. Like, there are no actual subplots in the movie, which is
what sucks here is that you have two really good actors on screen now, and they have to do this. You know what I mean? With a better writer, this might have been watchable.
I mean, yeah, you could do, Michael's over Sean dying. He's over the possibility of them being haunted by sharks, which seems weird since, Jaws 2. And then they could have just had Mario Van Peebles not actually do an accent and sort of have his culture experience.
Or have the accent be subtle,
Or have him be a little bit better at the accent, perhaps.
Right. Yeah, there you go.
A little more consistent between.
Right. Because sometimes it's super thick, and sometimes it's like he's got the Halle Berry syndrome from X-Men. Oh, Michael Caine, how could you?
Uh-huh. I like her spontaneity arc starting here. I mean, that's kind of the problem is though, like, there's no way you could do it, right? There's no way you could do a straight Jaws 4 that was actually good. Nobody would. I mean,
if there was effort at
if
this
there
point,
was effort, but like with the budget, look at this fucking green screening and blue screening. It's fucking terrible. Like, Joseph Sargent must have really wanted to make this movie, man.
Universal, I think, wanted to have it out.
Yeah, Universal's a weird sequel company. Like,
yeah,
in the 90s, they made the best direct-to-video sequels by far. I will say Tremors 2 was worth, like, as much as Tremors 1 was worthy of a theatrical release. And Tremors 1's great, but like it doesn't require a big screen for like 50s sci-fi thrills. But like the second one was good, the third one was fine. I didn't see from 4, but like they tried hard to fucking make direct-to-video and TV franchises.
Oh yeah, they did. Darkman.
Darkman. They did
And then they did the
TV
action
shit,
pack.
the action pack. They did fucking
Midnight Run
with Christopher
Bandit.
McDonald McBandit. Well, yeah, and they had done Bandit sequels, so they were into the sequels. And this shit hasn't stopped. Like when Backdraft came out on remastered Blu-ray, it came out with a Backdraft 2.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. With Billy Baldwin or whoever. Like, because that's how bad his career had gone.
Eesh. Oh, look.
Oh shit, there's a shark.
There's a big fake shark next to me.
It's a Muppet. That big smartass.
Roar.
Oh my god.
Roar.
Did they just use the shark from the ride?
It almost looks like that.
Okay, so now we are getting some of the supernatural element as Ellen Brody can sense the shark attack happening.
And in actuality, they had to like redo the shark from Florida before they redesigned the ride because some people said the shark looked too real. Yeah, there were two versions of the ride where the shark actually attacks the boat, and then they had to shut it down because it was too much, with the water and all the hydraulics and shit. So they redesigned it to be something different. The finale was different. It's a good ass ride though. Because I've been to both of them. I've been to the Hollywood and
dancing
Florida.
In the middle of the parade and holding up the parade.
It looks like it, right?
Yes, they are. Charming folks. Okay, so Michael should be remembering Jaws 2 at this point, but he's seemingly not.
He's a little shook, but not not deterred.
Oh, right. We haven't confirmed. They don't believe that Sean was killed by a shark, right?
I thought they did.
I don't remember.
Or was he supposedly caught up in...
we should have been paying attention.
And please, that shot was from the tank with the sky in the background.
Okay. So rather famously, Michael Caine won Best Supporting Actor for Hannah and Her Sisters and couldn't be there because he was filming this movie. So.
But he has a great quote, though. What does he say? He regrets doing Jaws of Revenge, but he doesn't regret the house that he bought his mother.
Right.
With the money.
It's like that story of all the guys on Operation Dumbo Drop talking about how they were going to buy swimming pools with the money.
Oh, man. Dougie Doug was going to buy a pool. Who was in that? It was Dougie Doug. Because they really tried with him.
Glover and Dennis Leary.
Okay. Yeah, it's just so sad. None of this is like at all. It's not interesting. You don't care.
Nope.
Because Mrs. Brody has never been like that important of a character at all. I mean, she got a little more to do in part 2, but
Well, and it's also the first act was way too short, right? Like Sean was off to die after her only scene.
yeah.
So they really rushed that shit because I don't know why they rushed that bit. Like that's where you would have included some fucking material, right? But instead,
Yeah.
we've already established that Hoagie's a gambling addict, so he just loses money.
Well, Mike's wife looks the most disappointed. Jeez, Lord. Lynn Whitfield, good Lord. Wait, this is New Year's already?
Yeah, because Sean died before Christmas, maybe even on Christmas Eve. We weren't paying attention.
So,
buried him?
yeah, they're really like leapfrogging
Oh, yeah.
the time here. What? Uh-oh.
Wow.
All right. They got the cut playing in the background. That is the Jets. You Got It All playing. A very, very popular song in 1987.
Is she a New Year's baby? Did we miss that too?
Oh, New Year's baby, yeah.
Okay. Gotta be a killjoy.
Right. Like, why does he have a problem with this now?
You trying to fuck my mom, Michael Caine?
Right. Starts a bar fight. That would actually help this scene.
Yep, it totally would. If he was like insane, if he was weirdly upset about this, it would help this movie so much. Why don't you love my dad? Because I mean, like, his wife seems miserable, right? Like,
yeah, his wife is just like, meh.
Because she's like 80s artist, so she has to be somewhat moody and tortured, but they don't know how to do it. So she's just miserable. Like,
well, why does she have my husband's cheating on me with his mother face?
she's like, I thought her son was dead as Quaid. This doesn't make any sense. Like, I think Lance Guest was stoned. That would explain a lot about this.
Might have been.
Because he's like really delayed.
It'd explain the beard.
And he's moody. Like, look at him. He's not giving off, I'm lying to my mom about a killer shark that killed my brother, following her from fucking New England to the Bahamas, right? Like,
there's just absolutely nothing that sets this movie into motion at all.
no, and they could have done, all they needed to do was introduce them before Sean died. right? You cut from the phone call that they took at the house to the family, and you introduce them early, right? Like,
Yeah.
you've got the fucking set, right? You don't have to film the movie in order, right? Like, the other thing that is annoying about it is Sargent is like trying with the fucking fake Panavision framing of it, but it's like if you played with the focus, that would help a lot too, right? It would make it feel like a real movie.
It just looks like a, movie of the week.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a Lifetime movie.
They'd never be able to do so much on the water, but yes.
In fact, I think at one point Jaws of Revenge might have played on Lifetime. The boat is called Neptune's Folly. Not quite the Orca, but
what is he doing?
oh. Michael wants to go after his job, and he wants to go after the shark.
Okay. This is very highly dramatic and interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go, man.
At least no one actually did the movie ends with Lance Guest and dreadlocks.
This might have been a really good movie if it ended that way. Especially with the, other ending. Why not? Shit.
I don't know, man. This was only a year after Soul Man. Fucking the subplot being that Michael's gonna fucking take Jake's place at the job by impersonating him is
by Jake being murked by the shark and all the messy voodoo going on, you see Jake's soul ends up in Mike's body.
Oh, okay.
And the two of them have to fight for dominance.
Okay, look at the weird ass picture. Oh god, look at the fucking outfits. Man, fashion in the late 80s was special.
Oh, yeah. It's thoroughly 80s.
Oh.
And she's definitely a artist.
Industrial artist, man.
Yeah, a definite female industrial artist of the 80s with
Karen
that
Young
fucking shirt.
Oh shit, she was married to Tom Noonan.
This looks like a video. Really? She was married to Tom Noonan.
Mm-hmm. She was in Night Games starring Roy Scheider. Which I would assume means that she was his love interest despite being 30 years younger. So that's she was in Daylight, maybe? It's like her stage productions were a little bit better, but she was on the Sopranos, and her Universal connection is she appeared on The Equalizer, guest starred on The Equalizer, which was, of course, a Universal show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. So that shark they saw is like one of the biggest great white sharks on record. So you would think that even if 2 is out of continuity, Mike would think better of this plan of action.
Yeah. That's the tank.
Are those sunglasses, the glasses sunglasses combination, are they supposed to be cool or dorky?
Well,
like I can't
Dwayne
tell.
Wayne on a different world sported them. They were supposed to be dorky cool, you know? They were popular back then.
Look at his outfit.
I remember people wearing those. So.
Oh shit, look at that thing.
Holy fuck. What? Is that a pool toy?
Yeah.
What the hell, dude?
Jaws the Revenge. We don't know why the hell you came to see it either. Like,
yeah, I know there had to be a lot of walkouts on this.
Well, I mean, there were production. Wow, that's some great music. Oh
God.
There were like various productions that Universal did to show off filming at Universal Studios, right? Like Swamp Thing was basically that, right? Like it just existed to show you could make a show.
Yeah, Swamp Thing and Superboy.
So
those shows were strictly promotional tools for filming at Universal Florida. Yeah,
you're showing that off. So it's like
because between both shows,
that would
they use the same sets
for this. But or if Universal like owned a resort, right? Like
this would have been perfect for that.
And you notice that the shark is not attacking a resort.
That actually would have made more of. Because when you think of it at this point, the shark really hasn't attacked anybody.
Nope.
It's only eaten Sean. So,
but they don't know that. They don't think it's the same shark.
They don't know. Yeah. Yeesh. Michael Caine.
Moochies.
Yeah, he's earning every penny with that line.
Can we hurry this up? Like, come on.
Lorraine Gary of Car Wash, folks.
That would, of course, be a more passionate kiss than she ever got from Roy Scheider. So, like, they were never not fighting about something.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Michael's I'm jealous of Hoagie and my mom arc.
Just needless drama.
Mm-hmm. Because none of it's gonna matter, right? Like,
no, it doesn't. How long is the chief been dead? They aren't even rich people.
Nope.
So what?
Oh my God, he's wearing a dark version of that shirt from the last scene.
Yeah.
That cut off
it's 80s Bahama chic, you know.
Okay.
It's got to be cut off.
It's like a cut off sweatshirt or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Super 80s. If it were like a few years earlier, it probably would have been a half shirt.
Later, because I remember that in
half shirts.
The one
half
with
shirts were like
Vital Signs. Is that the one? with Adrian Pasdar. He spends about 45 minutes of that movie in a midriff revealing one of those things, and you're just like, did you not feel silly wearing that? Like,
but it was really big early on in the 80s too.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that would make sense because vital sign. Is that a zipper?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh God. Did she light the thing on fire? That was a big deal in the book, I remember. Like light this art, lighting this piece on fire, I think.
Is that damn thing finished yet?
With your son. Ew, what the fuck? And there's the kid. She hasn't been on for a bit.
They were clearly setting the kid up for the next possible sequel. She'll be older, adult or whatever.
They'll make it in 89 and she'll be 14.
No, they seem to be setting her up to be the lead, to take it up. Because she's one of the kids now. So, yeah, you're right. So she might be a teenager in the next one by Jaws 6. She would be a young adult.
I don't think anybody was coked up enough to think this was going to be a hit.
I don't know. I mean, this is the 80s was like, let's shake up the dice. What can we bring back?
Okay, it's a bad idea to draw comparisons between the movies when Lance Guest is acting poorly. Like,
well, this is clearly just a paycheck for him.
I mean, was this it though? Was this his last theatrical outing?
Right, till what? Because I remember I didn't see him for years, and he showed up in some random Disney Channel movie or some shit.
Okay, so the only thing he did after this was The Wizard of Loneliness, which I have not seen, which is about Lucas Haas going and living with his aunt and uncle when dad goes to World War II. So presumably he played dad who went away.
Oh.
But I'm not sure that it was an American Playhouse movie, so I don't know how big of a theatrical release it would have. But that was basically it until...
They're completely aping Spielberg here. What the fuck?
They're trying. Mm-hmm.
It's kind of cute, but...
Looks like he went on Knots Landing after this.
Oh, there you go. That was a steady gig, right?
Yeah, but he only did 13 episodes.
Oh, it's just a seasoned guest star. Oh, Ellen Brody's drinking the brew.
You don't look anything like your father. You don't look anything like Roy Scheider, dude. Roy Scheider never had that much hair in his life. Was he? Is he doing the Jaws theme?
Kind
Kinda
of
sounded
sounded
he was
like it.
doing the Jaws theme. Okay.
Oh, is this when the shark is in the boat? Wait a minute. The boat, the sunken ship underwater.
Mhm. Scuba double.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that music is USA original movie levels of music here. I think Michael Small did something
Oh
though.
man, look look at
Uh-huh.
Oh, do you see the thing? The stick under the shark.
Oh, poor Michael Small did much better music in the
Look.
70s. Oh my god. Uh-huh. The one time you need to do Panavision better and you don't do it, right? Like
Jesus. Like these mistakes are just unforgivable with this fucking shark, man.
yeah, Michael Small definitely did better music than this. This is he wasn't even done yet, but all right. That's the same shot as before. That might have been the same shot as before too.
They keep moving it from side to side. Like,
All right, I vaguely remember the last time we watched this, I ran out of interest in it too. Oh shit! Remember that? Oh, look at that! Oh, mm. What was the premiere of this like? How's it
oh my
fitting in
god!
there?
Right, it's supposed to be so big. What?
Mm-hmm.
It's about to dead end out.
Mm-hmm. Look at the texture on that, the felty texture.
Yeah, just the fucking. See the
This
track?
movie, it would be so much better if the shark started talking to him right now.
Hey, Mike.
Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Trailer shot.
Yeah.
It also looks like the shark had braces in that shot. That's a little weird.
Oh.
Okay, so here's what you actually, this is how you fix the movie, right? Your first scene is them and he goes up too fast, and the rest of the movie is he's got the bends, right? Like Hicks in the Abyss. So like that's why he's scared of going under and stuff. Like he hallucinated the shark in the first place. Much better.
Yeah.
It would also excuse his performance.
I think it's more he's like trying to figure how to deal with what the hell's happening, what happened to his brother. Of course, when it's definitive that they know it's a shark, it's the mother who believes that it's the same shark, right?
I think so. I don't know, man. We've only got 27 minutes left. Like they gotta. We haven't seen Ellen in a while, right? Like for her being top billed, she's sort of.
Well, you don't just. The rule is you don't base a movie on Ellen Brody.
He's ditching his wife's art show. Isn't there there's a line in the first one about Mike never wanting to go in the water again after the first shark attack in the channel?
Oh, yeah, he may never want to go near the water again.
Yeah, they should have used that somehow instead of. But
they really played off of that because, even in 3, even though.
Yeah, in 3.
He's a marine biologist or whatever.
He's not. He's the construction
he's a dolphin trainer.
No, she's the dolphin trainer.
Oh yeah, yes. She's the dolphin trainer. He's the
blue collar guy.
Yeah, the dude who just works at the park or whatever.
Did you remember that when you made that comment earlier?
And
look at that, whatever it was. That was scary. Like, even for a movie that takes place underwater, they don't have a lot of underwater shots like that. No. There you go.
Okay, yeah, there's Melvin. Yeah. I think they might have tried cross-promoting this with the game, too.
That's right. There was a game. But it was just Jaws.
In the game, there was an eel.
Oh, shit.
The eel is one of the things you have to kill underwater.
So at this point, they've known about the shark for days, right? And they haven't told anybody.
No.
So, like, the dad and Mario Van Peebles are really putting everybody in danger by not telling them about the shark when you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
My mother-in-law's acting crazy. It would have been better if she hadn't seen it and just thought.
Yeah, she was just like,
why are you ruining my fucking thing, man?
Stop ruining my
The fucking kids. They see the shark, but they're still bouncing.
Right. Oh, shit.
I like how Grandma has stopped going further into the water to help. Wow, there's a shot. Okay.
Whoops.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
Uh-huh.
There's the random victim of the movie.
And there's that great theme. Wow, yeah, Grandma really did not want to get her clothes wet.
And this is it. This
Yep.
is...
Does she go get Michael Caine and they track it by air? Or am I making that up? They don't even have a shot of
Right.
Melvin
She
Van
doesn't...
Peebles telling people to stay calm.
Right.
The beach will be open by Labor Day.
The beach will be open by Labor Day, I promise.
My kids were on that banana boat too. But I mean, shit, man, you just do it that nobody sees the shark but her, right? And so she's convinced and she steals the Neptune's Folly to fucking like. What's going on, man?
Oh, that's right. They go to get Hoagie. Yeah, you better start acting, dude. What? There's a shark out there? What? Oh, and the kid's just traumatized. Oh, wow.
God, I hope the wife leaves him after this. I hope Jaws 5 is him living at home with Mom. Like, Jesus
Alcoholic
Christ.
by Jaws 5.
He's a fucking terrible fucking dude. Mario Van Peebles is like, I want my shirt off, but I don't want it off like I want it obstructed a little bit. Oh man, I forgot how bad the music is, or just ineffective the music is.
He called it a bathtub.
Look at that.
Look at that stock footage.
Look at that.
Was that the opening of MASH?
Yep. Okay, that's another thing in the book is that the son's worried he's a drug runner.
Oh. So why didn't they just say that flat out in the movie?
Because then it would be 92 minutes, and that's too long. When did my mom tell you that? Well, we were fucking, kid.
Right, well, we were fucking, kid. Well, I was fucking your mother.
So there's this, I don't know if it's an infamous, but I remember it distinctly. After Dennis Rodman made Double Team,
Oh yeah.
Gene Siskel had him on and talked to him for 5 minutes about why you don't wear sunglasses when you're trying to act because people can't see you emote. And he like got Dennis Rodman to agree that makes it like they were doing on and off and stuff. He's like, look at this, you see this more personality when you can see the eyes. She's been wearing her sunglasses for 10 minutes. Like,
Oh yeah.
we're expecting a lot of body language for somebody who's wearing like
Big windows on her face.
right. Well, that plus look at those shoulder pads.
Oh god.
She's immobile.
Oh, see,
Yep.
there's a big line. She's tough.
Just like Roy Scheider.
Yep.
Well, the other thing is Lance Guest doesn't seem to see the shark, right? Like he never looks at it in any of the shots. Like Mario
He's
Van
never
Peebles is at least trying. Oh shit, there we go.
same shot.
I changed my mind. I don't want it to eat me. Mm-hmm.
The revenge. If anybody's wondering, this part of the movie is the revenge part.
Oh man, there's 15 minutes left. Minus 5-minute end credits.
So 10
minutes.
and even 10.
I like how that's clearly not out at sea.
No, that is the tank. You could tell the background.
All right.
Really?
Is it? I thought
Get
they
the bloody hell
retracted
outta
the
here.
movement or whatever. And
Yeah, it's
blood.
usually the movement.
I don't know if I trust Mario Van Peebles' shark science.
Here we go. Shit.
Did they ever make the
Good old
joke with the
hoagie.
sharks having a hoagie? Mm-hmm.
The tank. That is the tank. All of that is on the Universal tour right there.
To feed it to Hoagie. Or to feed Hoagie to it.
Right. The shark was hungry.
He was
I fed
fucking
him a
you,
hoagie.
Mom. He was fucking you. That wasn't okay.
Mhm.
Did they test Lance Guest and Lorraine
No.
together?
He was cast.
Did they meet before
No,
the first day
absolutely
of
not.
shooting? Gary, not Grant.
Here we go. Michael Caine's bone dry shirt.
His hair's a little wet though.
His hair's wet. Siskel and Ebert took the piss out of this, though. Like Mario Van Peebles' shirt and Lance Guest shirts, they're still wet.
Look at that. Yeah.
Michael Caine is so dry.
He's like, I'm not getting my shirt wet. You're not paying. He's like, no, another.
You're not seeing any of
50
this here. I bet you will. We're completely rushing here. Like, we're rushing this shit.
Yeah, we'll have to see in 3 how long they come up with plans for. Because in 1, they spend a lot of time coming up with plans. In 2, nobody believes the shark's real until the end. So there's no time for it. Better get up here. The movie's getting boring.
The movie literally came to a stop. Jesus.
So is it the dad from the Jaws 3 shark? Because that's infamously a mom and a kid
Jaws
shark.
3.
Maybe this is... Or
The damn shark's
Jaws
father.
2 shark.
This is the damn shark's father?
Oh. Jake is dry now.
Yep.
Or he was in that one shot, wasn't he? He's a lot dry. That's a different shirt. Damp. Is that a different shirt?
No, that's the same shirt.
All right. It's
relatively damp. It was darker because it was wet.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Slow motion. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's right. The shark stands on his tail, right? He, fell into the shark's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Oh,
yeah. He totally should be dead from that.
Realistically. But this is the world of Jaws the Revenge. Oh, look at a stunt man. Is that a white guy?
That might have been a white guy. He might have had dreads, though.
What the fuck?
He's a method actor. He's like, Mario Van Peebles told Lance Guest it'd be okay. They're like, it was in the movie, dude. It was in the movie. Oh.
Well, enough is enough. This shark is taking way too much from us.
I mean, Jake's radar thing didn't work, right? So
it did, but I think it crapped out after a while.
Oh, psychic vision to Sean dying.
Yeah. The one place she actually was, but she wasn't from
Here we go. We don't have the budget to blow up a shark, so we're going to do something else here.
Wait, where's the part with a shark? Oh, he turns the thing and okay.
Finally, we get some of the music. Did the shark just roar?
Roars.
The shark roared. Yep. As one does.
I'm guessing this roar is a stock universal effect because they used it on the episode of Knight Rider when they kill the truck Goliath. Oh,
And starring Lou Ferrigno as Jaws the Revenge.
revenge. And there you have it. The
He
shark just
stabs
explodes.
it with the boat. It explodes. A couple stunned people fall in the water. And I
there's
think
your
that's
shot
the dead
from the
shark
original.
from... Is that from the original or from 2? Like,
That's the first one.
oh, wow, look at the backdrop.
Yeah, that's the tank. That's straight up off the tour,
Yeah.
dude. You can see where the water ends and the wall splashing against the wall back there.
Look at Jake's alive.
Well, he's got his body intact. He's not missing the lower half of his body.
Nope.
What the?
Kind of should be.
Oh my God. They still have that out there in Hollywood. That backdrop.
Arguably the best music of the movie.
There you go. Yeah. I was just about to say it. Right?
It's the home video version, man. I live in this one. Yeah, so we forgot. In the theatrical version, Jake dies.
Jake dies. He's
and also
perished.
she like shoots the shark or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
The shark dies some other way.
No, the shark gets stabbed and it sinks with the boat or something.
It doesn't blow up or whatever.
No, there's just blood all over the place. It is. It's a weird. Oh, and there we go.
Movie's over.
Movie's over.
Insert shot of Michael Caine interrupting their farewells.
Yeah, because he's totally not there anymore.
I'm okay till the next shark.
Yeah. Get out of here, you crazy old coot.
So, Mom has forgiven Michael because he lived, presumably.
Yeah.
Okay, and look at that. We've got a young Sean credit to Jay Mello from the flashback footage. Melvin Van Peebles is credited. We've got some more credits back on Amity.
Richie Jane Courtney.
Okay, do we have... But we do not have Roy Scheider getting a credit.
No,
he must have told them, fuck off, no, don't do that.
I think he gave him permission, maybe, but like I say, that picture is a...
All right.
It's a straight up studio shot. A headshot.
Additional voices. Look at how many additional voices there are for this movie. Oh, because of the singing in Amity.
Yeah.
Okay. Trivia from IMDb. Oh, wow. Lance Guest. Okay. All right. Notoriously one of Michael Caine's paycheck movies, which it looks like were most of his movies. The tank was filled with blue dye, which turned Michael Caine and Lorraine Gary's hair blue. This is just Jaws music. This is just Williams music too.
It's intermixed.
Yeah. This was Lorraine Gary's last performance.
Oh, yeah.
The shark's infamous roar comes from the Tom and Jerry cartoon, The Milky Waif.
Yes. Where Tom hits Jerry's nephew.
Where
Jerry just snaps.
This was done because the sound editor refused to make an original sound effect, thinking the idea was ridiculous.
Smartest man in the production.
Okay, so they did film some of it on Martha's Vineyard. Roy Scheider turned down the cameo. Satan himself could not get me to do Jaws Part 4. He would have died at the beginning. There's a lengthy thing about the novelization. Let's see. This time it's personal, was parodied in Jaws. In Back to the Future Part 2, where Jaws the 19 says it's really personal.
Really real personal, yeah.
They shot Hoagie's drug smuggling plot and cut it. So that was actually shot.
Oh, shit.
Murray Hamilton died before filming.
Oh, so he couldn't cameo.
Dennis Quaid was asked to reprise his character but declined. So basically, this is Dennis Quaid's fault. If it's Dennis Quaid and John Pooch's fault.
He was doing Inner Space.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid didn't make this kind of movie anymore.
No.
Reportedly cost $23 to $30 million. One of the most expensive movies of 1987. That's really expensive.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder where most of that went.
The new ending was supposedly shot after it was released in the US for European release. Okay. Joseph Sargent wanted to shoot it in 3D. Okay. The final theatrical film of Joseph Sargent, so I was right, it was the last one of that. Despite that it was filmed in Super 35, it says filmed in Panavision. According to director Sargent, the film had gone through so many story pitches that once they were settled on the preposterous idea of the shark actually seeking revenge on the Brody family, they were just so burnt out creatively that being given the go-ahead from Universal made everybody happy and excited. Everyone was aware of how ridiculous the concept was, but they thought they could make it work. From the Brodies, holy shit, we should have looked out for this. This can't be real. Okay, hold on. In the Brody's house, it is possible to distinguish a photograph of Mike with Catherine from Jaws 3D. I don't know if I believe that. I might go back and check that. Next trivia point. Bess Armstrong was asked to reprise her role as Catherine Morgan, but declined. So we could have had an actual fucking sequel here.
A real sequel.
Just saying. That would have made sense with the characters.
Yeah.
Where's Lenny? The line at the beginning possibly refers to Jeffrey Kramer, who did not cameo. And the name Thea is Scandinavian. It's properly pronounced Thea, not Thea, and it is as it is pronounced in this movie. So, okay. The spoiler section of the trivia. They wanted a Sean or Richard Dreyfuss cameo, and he said fucking no, presumably. The game, the object was to stab the shark with the bow of the player's boat, much like the original ending. There's a little bit about the people in the house, from the previous movies. If you freeze frame the shots where the shark explodes, you can see that the shark is an obvious model the size of a toy.
Oh.
Has the lowest body count of 2 in the series. Okay, there. That's the end of trivia. So yeah. All right. I'm quickly scrubbing the house scene. So, your turn to fucking wrap this up for us.
What else should we say? It was Jaws of Revenge. We endured it once more.
Why? I keep thinking this is a good idea to watch. No, we're completists, right? Like we proved that last time. Okay, there is a picture on the wall at the funeral scene that could conceivably be Dennis Quaid and Bess Armstrong from 3. That's weird they didn't ask John Pooch to come back. If those things are true. I don't believe that shit's true. I don't believe they asked Dennis Quaid and Bess Armstrong to come back. Like,
yeah, what if they tried to ask Lou Gossett?
I don't know though. Like that would have actually made more sense, right? Like she was a marine biologist. They could have been in the Bahamas for her. Like
instead of some shitty artist.
Right. Like Mike could have been working on some project down there. Like, I guess, but it also is also just stuff that happens around water. So why are we so like, I don't know. I feel like citation needed on that stuff. Okay. Yeah, I guess if somebody's got a Blu-ray, they can go see if that picture on the wall really is Dennis Quaid and Bess Armstrong. But I've always sort of seen this as not being in continuity with 3.
Absolutely. So, just yeah.
There you go. I'm not sure.
Alternate universe, Jaws.
Yeah, it was the first universe. Well, it was the sequel universe. It's the Jamie Lloyd universe where.
There you go. Pocket universe and Jaws.
Okay, so next time we're going to be doing Jaws 2. So
2?
You want to go backwards? I thought we were going in order of quality.
Yeah, we can do 2 because
just in order of quality.
Yeah, because 2 is not
the second best.
Mm-hmm.
Ends with a D.
3.
It ends with a
hell yeah.
Yeah. Like,
3D.
Jaws 3D. Mm.
I've been holding off watching it too, so
it's gonna be fucking good. Especially, it's just great how like the acceptability of fucking just shitty fucking franchise movies in the current day has just made older stuff seem so much more entertaining.
Yeah, because now they just do a shit sequel and they're already talking about the next shit sequel.
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe a little bit less now, but yeah, certainly a few years ago, we went through the era of.
Well, as long as Fast and the Furious exists, that is the example of we made money. Let's do this shit again, and let's do it worse.
That is kind of, I think, a thing is that Jaws 3 wasn't a bomb. It like made enough for a sequel. Made money. So
it did well enough, and people were. It was the 3D gimmick.
I don't know, man.
That might have been one of the few where it actually worked. Because the only one.
Yeah, I feel like Dennis Quaid and Bess Armstrong, and this is IMDb unverified rumors type material. Like I don't know if I can believe that. But yes, so Jaws 2, which is next time, is directed, of course, by Jeannot Schwartz,
who has been watching Night Gallery reruns, did a shit ton of those, and the director of
Supergirl, and Somewhere in Time.
Somewhere in Time,
yeah.
Which probably might be the one that one noteworthy. Yeah, I could probably say.
Okay, so according to IMDb, or not IMDb, I'm on Wikipedia real quick.
Mm-hmm.
There is they don't have anything about Dennis Quaid being offered a part or Bess Armstrong being offered a part. They have that it was rushed into production in September 86 to come out the next summer.
Oh.
So what is the other deal here? I don't know. Apparently, Lorraine Gary was married to the president of MCA Inc.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
that's pretty much why they dug her out the mothballs for this. After Scheider said no, they wanted to again get whoever they could get from the franchise, and since Scheider was out, okay, let's focus on his wife.
Okay, so I'm not seeing anything, sadly, that the Dennis Quaid stuff. So yeah, that's bullshit. Bummer, but All right, so yeah, Jaws: The Revenge, which I have unfortunately now seen fucking
Thrice.
4 times. Well, let's see, one, two, I don't know if I saw it in between when we watched it last together. Since the first time I saw it, I don't know if I did that. I can't remember.
I know the first time I saw it was on video.
Yeah, I saw it on video.
We rented it at a warehouse, and they had a whole display, and every copy was in. It was like the first day, and usually 10 whole movies, you can never get them on the first day, but that entire stand had Jaws: The Revenge all on it. Oh,
yeah.
If that's any indication that video stores used to have like new release displays for big movies, and usually they were completely empty by the time you went to go rent that huge, like imagine going to rent Batman the first day it was out. And you just have the cover box.
Yeah, and that's why Batman came out, I think, the same day as Indy 3 on video.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, Batman was one of those where we bought Batman.
Yeah, they did that sell through because they knew people didn't want to wait to rent it.
Right. We bought it fresh out of, I think, Venture somewhere or something.
Oh, I think, yeah. Shit, man. We might have gotten ours at Venture. I distinctly remember that.
They had a shit ton of them. Remember, there was like a whole table in like stacks. That's all you saw was the bat symbol all over that shit.
But yeah, I can see Jaws: The Revenge not flying off the shelf. So, yeah, I think this was probably my fourth time then. Maybe fourth or fifth time. So hopefully I can fucking never see it again. Because every single time I think I forget just how boringly bad it is. Like, this isn't even Poltergeist 3, man. Like,
no. Well, at least, it's one of those movies you could hurl abuse at.
All right. So that'll wrap up Jaws: The Revenge. We'll be back with Jaws 2. Jaws that's a revenge too, though, because Brody's convinced that the shark's out for revenge. They actually say the revenge in that. They say revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Sharks don't.
Crazy. Sharks don't seek revenge.
Yeah, like I think that's actually the line, right? Like, all right. Well, that'll do it. So thanks for listening, everyone, and we'll be back next time.
We're listening to our inaugural season cycle 3 of 709 Meridian, and thanks for hanging out. And till then, our beaches are closed. Night, folks.
You heard him. Slow ahead. Slow ahead. I can go slow ahead. Come on down and chum some of this shit.
Jaws! Get away from me! Jaws! You goddamn Jaws! Won't you leave me as I am? You took me. You took me out of the deep blue. You took and you made me part of you. Now, Jaws, you found someone new. Why? Jaws, why? Wasn't I enough for you?